yeah, people are always like, oh, like, do you have like some kind of education degree, like in order to like write books for kids, or like, oh, like, are you thinking that like, what do you know kids, or do you think about kids? And the answer is no. I, I, I just write what I think is funny now.
Gotcha.
I feel like I'm pretty connected to my like inner child or whatever, but like, I feel like I have a very similar sense of humor. Like a young me and now me would probably think the same things are funny. So I just write the books that I want or would have wanted as a
Okay.
child, you
I'm
know?
gonna I'm gonna test that theory. Hold on, ready?
All right, let's see it. Exactly.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
There's
It's
the giggle.
pretty
Okay,
good.
good. That's how I test it. Hello, 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 hello. Guess what, everybody? It's time for it's time for Gab'n Doodle. It's a Thursday night. I know that has. It's a Thursday night. I'm in a weird mood. I can tell you right now, I was in a weird mood all day long, and it's going to continue. And I'm going to ask silly questions, and I'm going to be probably a little loopy by the end of the night, but we'll figure it all out. So I see our special guest is already on here, so I will just hold on there 1 second. Special guest. Let me put in the wonderful stuff that I got to put in here, which is the Ask Us Anything. And then I will tell you real quick who our guest is. My itch moved from my nose down to my lip. Um, Spreading. Now it's over here. Now it's over here. Now it's over here. Now it's here. See, right here, and like a monkey. Okay. So our special guest tonight is an amazing illustrator. Has lots of lovely books. And lots of sort of I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Lots of books that are like in little mini series and stuff like that, and so they sort of have themes, which are kind of fun. So like the equivalent of, I know this one is one of multiple, but Randy the badly drawn horse, but now it's Randy the beautiful horse. Same thing with I am not the Easter Bunny, and then odds and ends, but the one that Stegothosaurus. I think I got it right. But our guest tonight is T.L. McBeth. We've been having conversations with and been meaning to have on for a while, and so we will get to know our guest in a minute. But as a reminder to everybody, YouTube, it's Studio Hoffman. Hoffman is Hoffmann. If you want to find out or find the various clips from previous iterations of this show. I counted the other day. I think there's like 30 something on there, which is crazy. I mean, 30 is, I think it's about 30. And that's almost like, I don't know, I have to do the math here. 3/5 of a year that's up there. But this show's been going on for, by the time we hit March, I think is when it happens. It will have been going for 3 years, which is crazy. It's almost every week. Almost. Rabbit ears. Almost. So let me let our special guest in, and we'll get going for the evening. And we will make some artwork and chat. Okay, here we go. Like I'm ready to question. I said I accepted. What? There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, it's going good. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me, Mark.
You one up me on the energy level. Good. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really happy to be here.
Remind me where you're coming in from.
Bloomington, Indiana.
Right. That's
Yes.
right. You're out. You were in New York for a while, and then you went back to Indiana, and now you're. Are you? Is there like? Are you in the woods? The way it was phrased when I saw it on your website at one point, I was like, it felt like you went from like New York City, like the big bright lights, to like, a coyote howling in the distance, and what's it like there in Bloomington, Indiana?
Well, I think it is the woods compared to New York, but
Yeah.
by anyone else's standards, I just live in a quiet little suburb.
Okay.
It's a college town. It's really cool. I recommend, I mean, I'm the biggest Bloomington fan, so love living here. So,
Because you grew up around there, right?
yeah, I grew up in Ohio, which is about 4 hours from here. My wife grew up in a little town up past Indy, so we're from the Midwest
Yeah.
originally. We like it here a lot,
See,
close to family, that kind of
see
thing.
if your Midwest accent pops up here and there. I have
Yes,
one that
yeah,
shows up. Wait. Dragon.
dragon.
Okay. Yeah.
What? Yeah,
Drag.
sound
Yeah.
dragon.
Yeah. Mine's probably a little stronger there. There we go.
My my grandma always says like dishwasher or like Davenport or like these it's very interesting dialect for sure.
Gotcha. And yeah, you're like, because you're not quite like deep Midwest, but you're also not East Coast, and you're sort of in that like
Yeah.
in between range. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. We're big fans of yours in the house, and
Thanks, man.
we have books and we have stuff that I want to chat about
Yeah, for sure.
throughout the night. But I know that when we were talking earlier online you said you might come up with a theme, and I don't know if you did or not. I have stuff I can do otherwise, but
What were you thinking?
I don't know. I I have stuff I can do. For some reason, I want to draw a robot. I
Yeah,
don't know
we
if
can draw some robots. I was also thinking about drawing because like I drew a ton of robots as a kid and for the book. Um, we should do robots and then we should draw some bears. I feel like a bear is like a quintessential picture book animal
okay.
that I cannot draw. Like I figured, we got some time to practice. We'll do some robots, we'll do some bears, we'll do some robot bears, I assume.
Ooh, robot
Yeah.
bears. I didn't even think of robot bears.
Yeah.
That's it. I like that. I like robot bears. Like there's something about like I want to draw thick legs on a robot. This is my sketch so far.
Whoa. I like his little light bulb head.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I like this like wide robot for some reason all of a sudden tonight.
Yeah.
But so we can go wherever.
Yeah.
One of the things that I start by saying before we get going is that obviously I am respectful of your time. And
Yeah.
are you in East Coast time or are you Central?
Yeah. I'm in East
East
Coast,
Coast.
so it's 8.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
8, yeah, Eastern.
Okay.
It's
So
pitch black outside.
even more so if you're on East Coast time. I want to be respectful of your time because it can go late if you stay the whole time. But if you need to jump off at any point, you don't hesitate hollering. You just yell at me. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Peace out. You got to do one of these like peace out symbols and then walk.
Sounds great.
Just walk off screen and let it roll for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'll leave my phone down here just rolling.
He was on for 10 hours. It was weird.
Yeah, it was really committed.
And then the other thing that happens every night is my wife tries to take notes. So if you see someone named Mrs. Hoffy, not Mr. Shaw, shows up in the notes, she takes notes of sort of what we talk about, but also what materials we're using. And so I don't know what you're using, and I don't know, because I know that you work in some traditional, you work in some digital, you sort of mix the two together here and there, but I'm wondering sort of what are you using for the night?
Yeah, when I usually sketch, it's usually like with one of these specific like pens. I don't know why. You know when you find a pen that like just works
Yeah.
for you, and then you buy a box of 100 pens, and then you never have to buy them again? That's exactly what I did. I found a pen that I really liked, and this is like my standard sketchbook pen.
Sharpie pen. That's
Yeah, very similar actually. Yeah, similar.
It's
I'm sure that one gives you a little more like variation in line.
doesn't,
No?
but you know what I like about it is that it's for signing books. It doesn't bleed through of any sort, but it's permanent, so it dries relatively fast. And I don't know if you have the same thing. Like I looking through the books, I didn't even pay attention to. Yeah, most of them are matte finish, but every once in a while you get a glossy page in a book.
Yeah.
And then you get that smear issue.
Yeah.
You close it too early.
Or like a board book, and then you just
Yeah.
have like sign it on the back, and then it's just it's weird. So
That's my go-to. It's not the most beautiful pen in the world, but at least it serves its purpose. It's
yeah, for sure.
function over form. So the pen, and then what are you using for a surface?
I really like these Canson mixed media sketchbooks.
Yep.
Uh, they're just great. They're a fun size. I usually use the 7x10, so like you can like carry them around. They're not too cumbersome, and
Yeah.
I like the paper. It has like a really light tooth. It's not like super smooth
Yeah.
or super toothy. I don't know. I feel like it's just one of those weird art things where you pick something like 10 years ago and then it's just that's all you buy now.
I want to
So,
see a 7x10 seems like such a. I'm like measuring a sketchbook in the background to see. No, that's 5 by something. The 7x10 is just a size I wasn't expecting, but I like the size because it's not too, like you
yeah.
said, it's not too cumbersome. Like sometimes they get like this guy here, it's just starts getting too big to like
Yeah.
put in a lovely little satchel or what have you.
Yeah,
Um,
7x10.
okay,
Actually key.
cool. Um, and then so one of the things I ask people to do before we get going too is sort of not that you should have to do this, but I would ask you to introduce yourself for those that don't
Yeah,
know who you
sure.
are.
Of course. My name is TL McBeth. I'm an author and an illustrator. I write funny books for kids, and I think that about covers it.
And you draw them too.
Yes, and I draw them too. And I draw them
Is
also.
out of curiosity, because this like next week I have X Fang on,
Oh,
uh,
cool.
which is
Wow.
which is fun, but I don't know what the X stands for, and obviously TL must stand for something. Is
Yeah.
you don't have to say if you don't want
No,
to.
it's fine. So when I was living in New York, like I just graduated college and I thought I was going to be like a fine art painter.
Yeah.
And so but I also wanted to write stories for kids. So I wanted to like separate my fine art and illustration ambitions. And
Okay.
so my name is Trenton. And so Trenton McBeth was the artist and TL McBeth was the illustrator. So just kind of stuck that way. Thought it
Yeah.
sounded nice.
Well, it's one of those ones I like the like most of the time you hear like PJ or like for junior in there, and I was like, what is TL? I was trying to figure out what it was the other day. So do people call you Trenton or do they call you
Yeah,
TL?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no one calls me TL in life or whenever I go to a school visit. I'm like, "Oh, hi, I'm Trenton." And they're like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really yeah, it's one of those really bizarre things, yeah. And
there's
I use
a
it, but I don't use it, you know.
there's a fellow illustrator, a friend that online goes by AJ Smith, but his real name
Hmm.
is Andy, and some people call him Andrew. And I met him first online, and then I hear all these people call him Andrew. I'm like, who is? What are you talking about? This is AJ. And so I probably am the only one that calls him that, but it's just he had the same thing. Like it was an initial setup
Hmm.
for the web. It was just easier to get that website name. So
Yeah.
it all it all works out. It all works out in the end. So why don't we switch into our downshoots and we can start
Yeah.
drawing and talking and I have questions for you. I have a weird technical question about the book. One
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
books I
yeah,
have
yeah.
here, the Randy, the badly drawn beautiful horse,
Yeah.
about those technical things. But we'll get to that in a bit. Let me switch my camera. You switched faster than I did, which is unheard of.
Unheard
Um,
of. Sorry it's so dark in here.
I think it looks fine. I think as long as it doesn't get like pitch black in the middle of the night and all your lights go out in your room, I
Yeah, I
think it should
think
be
I
okay.
should be okay.
So tell me a little bit, because one of the things I'm just gonna dive in and
Yeah.
whatever wherever the conversation goes, if you want to veer it any direction, don't hesitate of any sort. Um, but one of the questions that I have is sort of talking about the looking at the work.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm coming from a background that is uh, I've always been a painter and a like texture person and things of the sort. And then one of the things I love about your work is the sort of and I use this word without the bad connotation, but the simplicity of
Yeah.
you and like the minimalist sort of approach that you have in your books.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is that something, because you said you were a painter at one point, and then all of a sudden you're this kidlit author illustrator, and I'm wondering sort of like how did that come to be?
Well, I always really liked minimalism, and I feel like it's always just I'm always just trying to carve away like things that don't necessarily need to be there. Like it's just kind of an aesthetic thing for me. Like it just kind of bugs me when things are like super messy, you know?
Are you a neat freak in general?
You know, I thought I was. I'm trying to stay pretty organized, but I feel like
Okay.
my wife is much cleaner than I am.
Okay, I was gonna say when you said I thought I was like, this is the my wife is is the cleaner of the bunch. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
is it? Wait, did I just measure that wrong? Oh yeah, I totally did. Is it something that has always been sort of like and I don't mean to say like cleanliness is a bad thing, how dare you, but has it always been something in your work that you've been sort of like the precision person, the
Yeah,
minimalist, or did it start out as like, I mean, were you a messy kid?
no, I actually hated like now that you're I something I never thought about, but now that you're bringing it up,
Uh-oh.
like I would always like I would my worst nightmare as a child is like a petting zoo because I just want to go wash my hands. Uh,
Oh, interesting.
so
Okay.
so I guess now that you mention it, it's like yeah, this makes complete sense. Because all I ever wanted was to just like keep everything kind of clean and organized.
Well,
Very interesting.
it actually, yeah, this is a therapy session right off the bat.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
how do you get along with your family? No, the reason, or one of the things I think is actually kind of nice in the sentiment of that is, um, there's always this conversation about style and how do you get your style and things of that sort. And to go back to that realization of like, um, that your style is sort of just inherently who you are that comes through.
Yeah,
And
I
so,
think so.
yeah, that idea of like not having to force an aesthetic and like, my aesthetic tends to be, and you can see it in my desk, is a little messy.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a lot of things just strewn about, and it's always like that. I am not an Instagram influencer where they have like the beautiful studio space of any sort. Um, and then, so that idea of like the painter into the illustrator, what was there a big style shift coming from that?
Well, I feel like even painter is kind of interesting that you say that because I feel like the painting I was like doing in New York, like I was like helping people like facilitate their paintings, like I was an artist assistant. And
Oh,
so
okay.
like part of that was just about being like also like you said like super organized. So I would like help them pre-visualize their paintings in Photoshop
Oh,
and
interesting.
before they were made. So I would do a lot of like the prep work.
Yeah.
Um so we'd like make a painting, we'd mock it up on a gallery wall, and then we'd figure out how big it needed to be and like the scheduling and stuff like that. Um so yeah, I don't know, man. Now I'm just like now I really am just like thinking back on my whole life,
I'm gonna
realizing that it was this was all inevitable.
I'm gonna challenge you on, like your perception of meaning of life and everything with these questions. Um, no, it's like, even with the idea of being an apprentice or a studio assistant or things of the sort, was it someone who was your own aesthetic, or was
No,
it?
I feel like you just kind of have to learn someone else's
Yeah.
aesthetic. It's funny because whenever I was like trying to become an illustrator and I got an agent and everything like that after a few years of trying, I kind of had to relearn how to, or what I wanted my like style to be, or like I had to kind of figure out like what I was doing again because it'd been
Yeah.
so long because I'd just been assisting. Um, yeah, it was just like a lot of looking at like stuff I really liked as a kid, like Margaret and H.A. Ray, like the Curious George books. Like Stegosaurus was all done with like a real graphite pencil. Um, and I just like didn't have a scanner, so I just took photos on my old iPhone and then just photoshopped them to oblivion.
Wait, those. So how did? Okay, wait. So you didn't have a scanner. This is just like, you're giving me like technical questions. What? How long ago was that book made?
That book was, I believe I got my agent and started making that book in 2016. I think it came out in 2018. It was my first book.
Okay, but still, the reason why I ask is just like the resolution and scale of a phone camera versus a
Yes.
scanner, and having something that is of scale and quality for print for a book is such a, like, to me, there's a disconnect. Like, I've always just had a scanner, so I've never even connected the dots. But did it come out the right size?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of trial and error. Like, again,
Okay.
I really, when I say I didn't know what I was doing, I had no idea what I was doing with that first
Yeah.
book at all, like at all. So,
I would venture to say that's all of us. My first book was a mess of, like, I didn't know how to. I got lots of notes back about you can't put that in the gutter.
yeah,
Uh, like even though I had been illustrating for a long time, I just like totally didn't think about all the things you have to think about with the book. Um, is now I assume at this point, do you have a scanner now?
yeah, I
Okay,
got a scanner now.
we we dodged that bullet. So the idea of working in that studio, what, because there's lots of, all the people that listen to this tend to have like sort of like, how do you break in, how do you
Mm,
become an artist? And I'm wondering that experience, because I know of a lot of people that have had like internships, but that's very different than working in a painter's studio.
yeah,
um,
it was just kind of the answer for both those questions, and we can get into like a little more technically, but the answer to how you break in or how you do anything is just pure luck. Like, it's not the answer anyone wants to hear, but like, I was in college and I told one of my professors like I'd like to go to New York and become a painter, and he's like, "Oh, we got one guy who's out there painting. Like, he's an artist assistant too, but he's like to a really famous artist." Like, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Can I have his phone number?" And then we talked, and I like moved, like I went out there and stayed for 2 weeks and like lived in his basement, and then I worked for him while he was working for another guy for money, and I worked for him for free.
you were
I was
the
the assistant's assistant.
yeah, yeah. Assistant to the assistant. What, isn't that like
Yes,
the office?
a
Yeah,
hundred percent. That was me. I was the assistant to the general manager for sure.
I need
Um,
to get some coffee so I can bring coffee to the to this other person. Um, and so, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I
no,
didn't
no,
mean to
no.
cut you off. Sorry. So thinking about that idea of like, you say luck, and I understand luck is it is a true reality in this situation. There's lots of people that I agree don't want to hear that that's part of it. Of just, you have to be in the right situation to land the job, or to be in front of a person. But obviously there was stuff that you had done to set yourself up before
For,
that.
for sure.
Like,
Like,
you didn't just roll in off the street and go, you got a job for me.
yeah,
uh
yeah. So like, I think like I could talk about like getting an agent. Like, I wrote, this is just like the long and short of it. I wrote a like poem for my mom for Mother's Day the first year I was living by myself in New York
yeah.
because I didn't have any money. So I wrote her a little story. And then she's like, "Oh, for Mother's Day next year, you should illustrate the story." So I spent a year like in all my free time after like working these weird odd jobs, I would try to illustrate the story, and I finally got kind of like a rough book dummy done. Again, like it wasn't the right size or length or
Yeah.
anything like that, but I kind of was building up a little portfolio, and I just sent like I'd been sending like queries to agents and no one emailed me back really. But just like one night I was talking to my wife, who was then my girlfriend, and I was like, I don't know, should I send it to this one lady? And she's like, yeah, just send it right now. And so I did. And then she got back with me like 20 minutes later, and she's like, "You want to have coffee? Like, I see you're in New York. Like, you want to have coffee?" Like,
Wow.
that's how I got my first agent. Again, it's just like you're not supposed to email people at 8 o'clock at night. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to, you know what I mean? Like it was just like that's what I mean by it's luck. Like, you obviously do set yourself up. You make a good portfolio. You do the research. You go to like a bookstore and you figure out like what illustrators do you like? Who are their agents? Making a big list, like
Yeah.
doing research on what like what those agents are looking for, like making a book dummy of an original story. Like, it's like all this stuff that like I was just kind of doing on accident.
do you do you feel like, looking back at that time frame, uh and obviously, like, I think a lot of people are in that same ballpark. I feel like I've sort of stumbled into a lot of opportunities as well. um and I don't want to chalk it all up to just like pure luck, or I don't want to chalk it up to it was 100% skill and I had this whole thing planned out from day one. But I'm wondering, just sort of going back to that time frame, do you feel like there are things that you could pin down now and go, oh, that's clearly the thing that was the make or break? Like obviously the getting an email back from the agent 20 minutes after you send the thing, that is sort of luck. But was it, was there something like it was the right type of cover letter or query letter? Was it?
Well, yeah. I think the thing is, I had a full book dummy. Again, like I said, it wasn't like the right page count, but I had a full story that was completely illustrated on my website on like a private page,
Okay.
and I put like for, so and so agent. I would always write their names on it. So it was like one of those things where it's like it's specifically for them, and it's private, so it's like something I'm trying to like keep. I'm not just like throwing it around everywhere. Again,
Yeah.
people like exclusivity.
Dear sir or madam.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then was that when you got that that response from the agent? Was that the first agent that you had? At
Yeah,
that point?
yeah, because no one else emailed me back.
Yeah. And now you've had other agents. I mean, you're with Writer's House right now. Is that right?
Yeah. So what happened is my agent, that was my first agent, and we kind of broke up just because we were just on different pages from
Yeah.
where what I wanted to do, what she wanted to do. And again, this is also kind of a depressing story because I thought, well, I have like 8 or 9 books out, and I have a few more coming out. Like this would be super easy to get another agent,
Yeah.
and it was not.
I understand. I've heard that many a times from folks that this like it's not necessarily a gamble in the sense of like, oh, this will happen tomorrow or anything of the sort. This can be years again to find someone. That must have been a risky or like psychologically risky to sort of take that leap of faith.
Well, the leap of faith was kind of made for me. It just really wasn't working out. So I just had to figure something else out. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're at a point now that you have. I mean, Writer's House is not chump change when it comes to agencies. I know that's like some of the. If you go look at the list of people on Writer's House, it's not just a bunch of has-beens or no names that are at that agency. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's an incredible honor to be represented there, and I just had a call with Steven today. Steven Barr, who's my agent, and he's just so vivacious and full of life and very like encouraging. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy, and in fact, when I was first submitting stuff, naively, one of the first people I emailed a long time ago, I still have the email, was to Steven at Writer's House, like before I'd even gotten my first agent, and he gave me the polite, rejection, and obviously he did not remember that whenever we got back together later. So
have you told him that since?
Yeah, he knows.
Okay, good. You gotta rub it in his face, so like you missed.
Yeah, it's like, well, look how wrong you were. No, but he's very fun, and it's just interesting how collaborating with people is just so different, like between agencies or agents. It's like I feel like I'm still learning how to like work with this different person.
How long have you been with Writer's House now?
I want to say like it's almost like, geez, it has to be like 3 years, which seems like insane.
Yeah, time flies.
Time does
I feel like
fly.
I'm in this industry, and I realized it's been almost 10 years at this point.
I know. I think I'm like, 8 or something officially. It's horrifying.
You know what it is it's the number of books versus the amount of hours you put in to making those books don't actually equate in the same way. Like I look at how many, I don't have a huge plethora or a huge list of books, but I know that I put in hours upon hours upon hours to make all of them. So it feels like I've been doing this for a different time frame. And
I
so,
agree.
uh, how many books do you have total now?
I
What's
think
the
13. I think Santa, I just actually got a copy yesterday. I have it on my desk. I think I Am Not Santa Claus is the 13th like book I've done. Crazy.
and that is what there's certain numbers. I remember when I first started out, I was talking to a agent at one point, and I remember him saying once you cross two, book that like that's a big hurdle to get past two because the first one can be like cool, you got something really amazing, but it could be a fluke, and then
Mm,
two is the threshold at which like okay, there's actually something here that stuck, and it's no longer like a one-off. And then if you can get to three, then it's like okay, you already know what you're doing, and it's not a learning curve as heavy at that point. But he had this whole theory behind it, and I was like, I kind of bought into it pretty hard. Um,
that's very
so
interesting because I find that the hardest books that I've had to make are like 13 onwards. Like it's
really,
been difficult. Like, I mean, just getting stuff out the door, like, has been kind of difficult for me recently, just because the process, like, really, can drag.
okay, I hear you on that. Like I'm working on a book right now, and it's a lovely book, but I my like speed at which I work has really slowed down.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
me too.
and it's not anything wrong with the book. It's purely just life. Like
Yeah.
there's so much going on that to find the time to sit down like I did when I was starting out. When I started out, it was, and I don't know if you have the same thing. I was like, this is amazing. I got my first book. I'm going to spend every waking hour on this book. And now I'm like, okay, I got some places to be this weekend, and I'm going to have to hold off. So maybe I got to push closer to the deadline and things of that sort. Um, do you find now one of the things that I'm sort of fascinated with, sort of your series of books and whatnot, is you do have sort of theme books in the sense of like the uh, I am not the Easter Bunny, I am not Santa Claus, and
Yeah.
that idea of like there's what do I say, like not necessarily a formula, but there's a structure to those that um, allows for longevity. Like obviously there's other things that could be played into those besides Santa and Easter Bunny.
Oh, yeah, I
But
got plenty of ideas if they let me do
yeah,
them.
I'm wondering like does that change? Because you talked about like book number 13, and if the most recent one is that Santa Claus one, is some of it because and I'm not trying to like disparage or
Oh,
any way, but
no.
like it's the challenge of working on those books a time thing, or is it also a like trying to figure out how to reinvent a book that has a similar sort of
Mm,
title? And I don't even know the setup. Like I don't know
yeah.
the Santa Claus, but I'm assuming that like there is a similar sort of uh, setup to the story in a way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I find it to be interesting to work in series because what I love, which is gonna like make me sound like a soulless, like I don't know, shill or sell out. I love making product. I love making like stuff, which
Okay.
is like kind of counterintuitive to like a lot of artists who are like, I just want to make the art, man. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I'd love to launch a character that has 50 books in a t-shirt. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
Like that's just interesting to me. Like there's like a whole like other world of like TV and movies and all that other stuff. And that stuff's like fascinating. Like, it's the stuff that captivated me as a child, and so it's like that's
Well,
what
there's
you go to the
art,
store and you see like an action figure, it's like, dang, I want to make that.
yeah, there's an art to marketing. There's an art to all these other like aspects that a single painting doesn't always do.
Yeah, and it's also like it's like selling yourself as an illustrator. And it's like, I hate that like the words like got to be a brand. I don't like that, but at the same time it's like kind of like it's just what it is being alive in 2024 and having to make work that can go on Instagram and stuff like that.
You don't want to be a brand, but you kind of have to be a brand in
Yeah.
order to like to sell yourself to a large market and to sort of have longevity or to have those avenues. Um, So one of the questions I had for you, and this was just sort of every night when I do these, I go back and I have the books, and like, some folks we have on, I've known their books for ages, but then I need that pure refresher of like,
Oh, sure.
okay, wait a second, like what am I talking about here? And one of the books I wanted to ask you about that I forgot about sort of how this was set up is the Randy book here, and this is something that you don't see very often outside of like board
Yeah.
books. But at a certain point in here, there's spot gloss
Yeah.
on the interior, and I'm wondering what. For those that don't know what spot gloss is essentially like it's an extra when they run the book or the pages through the printer. They do their CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, and then there's one extra roller that prints gloss, and it's just clear gloss, and that's what spot gloss is. I'm wondering how did that come to be, because that's an extra cost to put into a book like this.
Oh, for sure. So I'm always like, I mean, at least maybe I was. I guess I've kind of changed my tune about this recently. I've always thought like books are, like I said, I want to make a good product. I want to make the most interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
And I also want to push the story forward and make it like the best narratively it can be. So like with Ogilvy, that book about a bunny, I ask if they would flock the title.
Yeah.
So that way it's like the title, you can feel it, and it feels like fluffy, like a bunny, because I was like, oh, that'll be really cool. And like for Randy, the whole book is like, I actually made it with crayons and colored pencils and all that other stuff. It's all like physical material.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sand and stuff like that. So I really just wanted to like, I don't know, it's just something I asked about, and they did. I don't really have a great memory about it, but it was just something that like my editor was just like really down for some reason, and so
yeah, it's just one of those things that like outside of like the board book range for like little kids, where it's like it's literally meant to be a tactile book where they're figuring out, oh, something's fuzzy and something's scratchy, and those kind of books. You don't see it that often in picture books, at least on the interiors, and that's what caught me on that one. It was just sort of like, how did because the cost, like there's been times where I pitched some things for books and they're always like, well, yeah, we can't afford that. And that's one of those ones I was like, that's amazing that you got that done, because it really does add to the book in the end, to sort of see the sort of sheen out of nowhere, because it is a weird like
it's like a little surprise.
Yeah, it's a little surprise that happens in the book when you finally get to the first like peanut butter and jelly element that's in it, and the knife, because it's the first time I think the photograph shows up in it, and then all of a sudden it's got this gloss. And I was just like, this is so cool, I love it. So tell me your secret in getting them to do that, because that's what I need to know.
Well, to be completely honest, I have asked for things. Like I think it was the word fortuitous comes to mind. Like I think that they were kind of like excited about it being a potential series, and I think they were just kind of like, sure, yeah, let's give it our best shot, which was really sweet of them. But yeah, just ask. Like I know that sounds really stupid, and sure, a lot of people say no. I asked for something on the second book, and they were like, no. so you just gotta shoot your shot,
Yeah, flat out told you right from the get-go that no way, that's a bad idea. Most of the time it comes down, for me, for all the stuff I've done, has been almost primarily financial. It's just the cost of it is exponentially high, or things of the sort, or they're already planning on doing something and you're not going to do two things. Like if they're going to emboss the cover, like they like the one of the books that I had that I think it was the last one I did that came out, at least, with a Soren.
That was cool.
I pitched this idea of an acetate cover, so like clear
so it's like clear,
that had some stuff printed on it, so sort of the dust jacket was clear and all these things, and they said no, and I was like, oh, that's a bummer. But then when it came out, it had this like a 50% spot gloss on the cover that I didn't even know they were doing, and I'm like, oh, told me I wouldn't have felt like, oh, bummer. Like I wouldn't have been as down for a day when I or because I wasn't as upset Um, because, or I wouldn't have been as upset, let's put it that way, as I was.
If you would have known.
Yeah, I was crying. I'm going to admit it. I was just bawling.
Really?
No.
Oh. I mean, that's some T.L. McBeth move right there.
No, I'm not a crier.
I do get emotionally overwhelmed, like sometimes when I get like a like not even a bad email, just like a stern email that's like, "Hey, this is what's happening," and I'm just like, "Why do they hate me so much?"
Yeah.
And then I read it. The next day, and it's fine.
I read in. I mean, that's a problem with email in general, but I would even venture to say that I have that same problem of like I misread tone.
Oh, for sure.
Quite often, and I wish that I wasn't. It's on my end. It's that classic like. Do you have the same thing where if you send an email to someone, you put a lot of exclamation points?
I put 1,000 exclamation points.
I'm so afraid that someone will misread it that I put them in there, but I also know that like I'm not really jazzed about what I'm saying, or it's not as exciting as as I'm making it out to be. But I have to do that because my wife also has told me like it sounds like too harsh without some sort of like fun punctuation or a hey, how you all doing, whatever that beginning of the structure is.
I'm so grateful for my wife because I feel like she's always like, take the day and read the email tomorrow, and we read it tomorrow, and I'm like, yeah, my response sounds so mean. She's like, yeah, let's tone it down. So exactly verbatim the same thing.
Yeah. What does your wife do?
Oh, she's a graphic designer, marketer. She works for like a tech kind of company thing. She makes a lot of like she's like a creative director. I keep saying, I just tell people who like don't really understand. I'm like, oh yeah, she's a graphic designer, but she's like a very talented designer. She actually like ghost designs, ghost edits, and ghost corrects all my books. And I assume your wife is similar in that regard.
Yeah. She's the first editor.
Exactly, the first
cases,
editor.
Yeah, and potentially the last editor too.
Yeah.
Some of it, like you paint something, you draw something, then that last look is like, I don't quite see the one thing that you think you see in this book. Like, you might want to darken that one little spot or whatever before you send it out to the client. Or she's very good at that. And it sounds like your wife is the same way in the sense of like my wife is an artist. And we met doing art, etc. So like, and was an illustrator and things of the sort. And so I trust her opinion.
Oh, for sure.
On it. And I assume the same thing, even though it may be like marketing and design and whatnot. Someone who has that eye, you have to give a little faith to when they
100%. Go. I think that's honestly one of the reasons that we got married is because I trust her opinion and style and like taste, like 100%.
Yeah.
Which for me, I feel like, it was just like super hard to find previously. So when I found someone who kind of understood my insanity and also had great taste, I was like, I gotta lock this down.
I was telling someone about the term "lock this down" today, and I really you gotta like put a ring on it, lock it down.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, this is gonna be, my wife is listening up there. She just said you have to say nice stuff because I'm watching. And I'm wondering like, and I think this is a problem for a lot of illustrators. And this is not an issue with my wife; it's an issue with me. But I'm gonna throw it out there, and she can read into it how she wants. My wife likes a lot of things I do that I don't like. The equivalent of like, I see the error, or I see some sort of like something wrong with the piece that I'm working on, that it's very hard for me to explain why it just isn't right.
Yeah.
In my mind.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you have that? Because if your wife is helping you edit and sort of move stuff around and change your stories, is there ever a like, it's that moment where you have to like go, I don't know how to explain what it is I don't like about this, but I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, 100%. Like, it's the exact same. There's like, I always say AI could never worry this much. whenever I'm talking about myself, like just sitting and looking at like three colors, and my wife's like, they look exactly the same, and I'm like, you don't understand me, but she's 100% right.
You don't
After I've
get it, Mom. You're about to
exactly,
slam your door to your
exactly,
bedroom.
exactly.
Is with the books that you've worked on, like this is a similar challenge, and I think this is really just sort of imposter syndrome and all those things. Like all the times when I look at the work and I don't like it, most of the time it's because I feel like there's some flaw that someone's going to read into it. Like they're gonna see the like, oh, he really screwed up on this part, and that's why I don't want to post those images or what have you. But I'm wondering, with your work in general, do you still have those kind of questions about the value of what you do? And
1000%.
okay,
Like, I feel like illustrators in particular are just awful judges of their own work's value. Like I like to buy artwork from illustrators from time to time, and they're always like, "Oh yeah, that one's $10," and I'm like, "Are you like you're absolutely insane?" You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah,
Like I feel like they price their work badly, and it's because that usually they don't get paid fairly in the first place. So you know what I mean? Like that's usually the problem.
I just got a book offer. I won't say from who or from
ten
where, but saw,
dollars.
and yeah, the price was lower than it should be, and there's a question of like, not necessarily like it's a reasonable price. Someone could do it. I might end up doing it. I don't know, but it's
But
a
would you?
question of
It's
like,
just like disappointing.
yeah, well, it's disappointing. I also think there's a question of sort of like how much do I want ethics, my own personal like tenet or value to play into it, of like, I want to say I'm worth a lot, but at the same time I
Yeah.
know, as much as I want to make people like think that I have my act together, I still know that I'm still new to this. I'm still learning. I am not perfect.
You got to
For
eat. You
sure.
can't eat
Yeah,
nothing, you know?
yeah, yeah, exactly. Is there going through sort of your history in art making and the professional career? This is not a question to like pinpoint you, but I think more so for the audience that listens, and especially if I have any students that are listening. Are there times in your career where you feel like you took a job that maybe you shouldn't have? Without
I don't think I took a
without naming the
job.
job. I
Sure,
don't
sure,
want to
sure.
hear.
I don't think I ever took a job that I shouldn't have taken, but I definitely was paid nothing at the beginning of my career
Yeah.
for long books. Like, I mean, I could say the amount. I don't care. I did like like whatever. I did a series of books, and I think each book paid me like $5,000
Yeah.
each, and like they were really long. They were like longer than picture books too. So it
Wow.
was like
Okay.
a lot of work for not a lot of money. And when you broke it down like per page, it was like kind of sad.
Yeah, your hourly rate all of a
Yeah.
sudden disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were.
And it's like it's one of those things where it's like I don't regret doing those books.
Yeah.
I just wish I was paid. I just wish I would have been paid
Well, I
more.
think, yeah. I mean, that's there's that. Like, I don't think there's any jobs I've ever done where I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. That was it's not like I'm picking out really hot topic companies that I shouldn't be working with and going, I'm going to make work for them. But I think it's more so just that idea of like, I should have been a little bit more vigilant about price.
Yeah.
But there's a learning process, and that got me to where I am. So,
I know
like,
it's hard to even complain about it like
yeah,
in retrospect because you're like, well, I've used that money and I got to eat food.
yeah, yeah.
So,
This is the we're not starving artists actually argument. We
yeah.
can, if you're willing to bend a little and try things and push yourself, maybe you don't have to live off of ramen noodles for the rest of your life. Um,
Yeah, I do wish illustrators were paid more. I'm sure, like, I
mm,
was at a conference recently, and it was funny because this older woman who I knew was there. Like, I spoke at the conference, and she's so funny. She was like, "These ladies think you're raking it in," and I'm like, "I wish I was raking it
yep.
in. I wish I had a." I think a lot of them are still thinking about like the illustrators of like the 90s. Like I remember seeing an interview with like Maurice Sendak where he's like, my editor gave me one book a year and I was able to live on that
Yeah.
for the whole year.
Yeah.
Just like that's just not how it works anymore, you know?
I bought this house with that book, and I bought this house with that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
and I think that often like the 0.0001, like, you know, we may be in the like 5% of artists who get to make books, but then there's 0.01% of artists who get paid what you think, you know, someone
what
would
they,
be
yeah,
getting paid.
it's I think there is, and I'm wondering like how much of it is a perception of, because my own take on this is, you know, when I was starting out as an illustrator, I would see people that were doing picture books or things of the sort and thinking like, wow, their stuff is published and you see it in a store, and
Yeah.
therefore that
Million
means,
dollars.
yeah, that they're making, you know, yeah, millions of dollars on a regular basis, and they don't ever have to worry for the rest of their life. But in reality, you know, we're not seeing as much of that as people think, or there's not the fame. Like
Yeah.
yesterday, I went out to a library event to read for some kids, and
Cool.
I remember like, okay, fine, I'm out here. These kids are like, ooh, let me see your drawings. And they all thought they were cool and things of the sort, which is, you know, great for the ego for a second.
Oh, for sure.
And then I walk out to my car and I put them in the back of my trunk, which is dirty, and, you know, has jumper cables that are still haven't been put away from the last time I had to use them. And there's, you know, dog fur on things back there. And it's not like I'm stepping into a limo and driving
Yeah.
off at the end of the night. And so like that, I was worried like they'd walk out and realize and yell at me, you know,
Like,
you're
you're
a
a phony.
yeah. I trusted you. Um, is there, you know, one of the things I'm wondering about, and I ask people a lot about sort of their early life in and how they sort of related to books. And I'm
Mm.
wondering, like, obviously, I want to know that end of it, but I also would love to hear sort of your perception of what you thought picture books would be, and then the reality of picture books. Like, did you have that mindset early on that like, you know, growing up that, hey, you have to be famous and powerful to get a book made, or was that something that like didn't even pop into your head?
I didn't think that. You know, like I just thought like there was a museum in my hometown called the Mazza Museum,
Okay.
Mazza, and they had original picture book art there, and they like brought in artists and do conferences and stuff. And so it's like I always kind of understood it as like a job that you could do, and you didn't have to be super famous because, you know, I met these people and they seemed pretty nice to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem. It seemed like some, like, you know, some stuff is like I have no idea the path forward. I couldn't figure that out. You know, like it's like being a celebrity or like being an actor. You're like, I don't even know how you'd start doing that.
Yeah.
But you know, being a picture book illustrator, it always seemed like, yeah, you know, you make some work, you write some books, you know, you can figure it out. You get an agent, that kind of thing. It'll happen. I don't know. I was just it's that's the thing. Naivete can get you pretty far.
I, I think I always had the challenge of like, and I think this is just maybe it's the upbringing, maybe it's the relationship to art, but I was always under the assumption for a lot of my life that you had to be a big famous artist in order to be an artist. That there was no like separation of uh, there was no separation of commercial artist to, you know, museum artist to whatever it may be. Like, you know, and part of that is just education wise. You hear about, well, there's Picasso
Yeah.
and there's Van Gogh, and there's no like, and then there's Steve who lives over in, you know, Boise, Idaho, who also made a book. And
Yeah,
you know, there's
exactly.
not those people that show up all that often in those arguments. And so not that uh, Steve makes, my brother's name is Steve. I'm not disparaging people that have the name Steve. Steve's can be cool. Um, but that idea of, you know, I just didn't understand how art permeates life in a way, and all those different options. I sort of had removed that concept from my thinking, or not even removed it, hadn't even started to introduce it. And so finding out that you could actually be a illustrator was sort of, you know, mind blowing for me
Yeah.
when I first found out that that was a thing. Um, did you know art was a thing for you right from the get-go?
I kind of like, I don't know. It always, my parents are super encouraging, and like, again, I had like they were always like, I don't know, they were always just like nice about my interests as a child, like, which sounds really strange, but um, like I really like Tim Burton movies,
Okay.
and so like when I was a teenager, I saw that he had a retrospective at the MoMA, and I was like, oh, I'd love to go to this. And then like a year later, they like surprised us with our first trip to New York, and it was probably on a shoestring budget, but we got to go to the MoMA and see all the
Yeah.
Tim Burton stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so it was always just like they were always like my biggest, and still are like my biggest fans, and like encouragement and that kind of thing.
Are they
I see. It
artists?
sounds like it was different for you. Sounds like you didn't know art existed.
Well, no, I did. I knew like I knew I wanted to be an artist. I just didn't have an understanding that there was other types of art.
Yeah,
And so like I thought, because you always hear that like starving artist, or like you hear the big names and you don't hear those small names. And so it was either you have to become world famous or you're not an artist.
which is
And
true.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. I can speak from from my own history that is. Yeah. No. I had a very lovely high school art teacher that taught commercial art, and
Oh,
that
that's
was the
awesome.
first time that I understood. Like he still sends me Christmas cards, and he paints cars for like a car magazine and
That's sweet.
whatnot. Yeah, and so like to me, that's really lovely that he sort of introduced or sparked that idea that there was more to art than just a museum. And so
Yeah.
that's when I sort of found out and started to gravitate a little bit more towards that sort of direction. Um, but I still, even when I was in college, I didn't have a perception of like what would be my future. I had an idea of what I wanted it to be. Like when I went in, I wanted to be a comic book artist.
Oh yeah.
I had
Is
no.
that what you went to school for? Is that like a comic book, like, or what'd you go to school for?
I went to school for just illustration, but at the time I was like, comic books are the thing. I want to draw superheroes.
That's
And now it's like
sweet.
the least important thing to me would be to be a comic book. Like I have no interest in drawing superheroes at this point.
Interesting.
And it's not that I dislike them. It's just like I have my purpose as an artist, I feel like, has changed to a point where I'm like, I just want to draw silly things and be a goof. And I don't, partially it's I'm not muscular, so I don't have a good reference point.
I like how you're like, well,
Yeah.
didn't work out in the muscles
Yeah.
department, so I guess it's not happening as a comic guy.
I kept looking at that mirror in front of me, and I could never get the reference right because I was too ripped. That's what it was.
Exactly.
I could
Unrealistic
not draw my
body
muscles on the
standards.
page. Yeah. Uh, did you when you because you went to school in New York for art, right?
I went to school in the middle of a
Wait.
cornfield in Indiana
right,
for
that's-
art.
That's right. And then you went to New York.
And then I went to New York right after that.
And so was that you said painting and things of the sort. Did you split your time when you were in school? Sort of like, well, today's my illustration day and today's my painting day, and back and forth? Or was it like, did it all? 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, kinda.
I don't know your
I think
paintings to be able to say like, oh, I see the connection. So in my mind, they're wildly different.
I mean, the paintings were like conceptual, like fine art, capital A, like that museum art you were talking about. Like I thought like I could be shown at like a fancy gallery, sell my conceptual photorealistic paintings, and then now I do this. So I'm much happier.
Well, I've done the same. When I started out in the illustration sort of classes and whatnot, I thought, oh, I'm going to be this amazing renderer, and like the equivalent of David Shannon, like the
Oh yeah.
Case of the Stripes. I'm like, that is gonna be me. And then all of a sudden
Sweet.
now I'm like, I just want to have like some fun shapes. And I forget who it was I had on at one point where we were talking about, it may have been Bob Shea, but we were talking about what's his its name. I can't think of it right now. Who did, was it not March? Undefeated. I can't think of his name. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. It's really bad. Did these, if my wife is listening, put in what his name is. I can't think of it. Who does these amazing, beautiful oil paintings and whatnot. And then here's Bob Shea sitting around going like, I drew a dinosaur, or I drew, you know what I mean? Like there's this weird level of like disconnect that I love what I do more than what I would love trying to do that, because I get to be an absolute idiot on a regular basis.
I would agree with that.
Today, so I teach in college in illustration, and today the conversations, I can't actually say the conversations we had because they went a little blue in class, but it's again one of those reminders of like I could be sitting in an office with a cubicle around me. Oh, Kadir Nelson, that's the name I was looking for. But I could be in the situation where I have to do these like, you know, hand in an annual report, a memo and stuff. And instead I get to sit around and talk about, you know, well, it'd be fun if you drew a bathtub on your shirt. And I'm trying to think of all the like weird things I talked about today, like floating buildings and how they would actually float. And, you know, just nonsense that illustrators get to do on a regular basis.
Where do you teach?
I teach at a little school called Montserrat College of Art. Cool. It's in Beverly, Massachusetts. So we're right near Salem, Mass. So not even starting in a day or in next week. It's already started. Salem, Massachusetts, obviously because of Halloween, is an absolute nightmare. To be anywhere near traffic gets awful. It is a mecca for that kind of stuff. So,
sounds awesome though. I mean, sounds awesome like once if you don't live there and have to go through the traffic. Sounds awesome to visit like everyone else is doing.
But on a regular basis, having to go towards that town, I don't want any part of it because it is absolute chaos. Tell me a little bit about sort of, you know, what I saw Bill Illustrated, who's on here, who comments quite often. They said, "Thank you for discussing the business and reality behind being a children's book illustrator." Tell me some of the other, like, not to be a total downer, but tell me some of the other things that like were a reality check. And the reason why I say this is not, again, not because I want to like dishearten people who are interested in it, but so they don't walk in thinking the world and then sort of run aground. Are there things that you found challenging? Like for me, long projects are really hard.
Yeah.
Like just
for sure
upkeep. And I'm wondering, are there things that you sort of, you know, if you could make it better, how would you make children's books better?
Well, that's a great question. Well, if I had control of all children's books and I could, you know, whatever, I would just pay people more money because ultimately that's what I found that most illustrators need is the picture book industry is glacial, which is the word I use to describe it.
Yes.
It is. I mean, would you agree?
Oh.
It's just like, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just like it's an old world business. Yes. You know what I mean? And so it's just super, super slow. But I would make it go faster, and I would pay people more.
That is a truth beyond truths there. Speaking of the like glacial speed, do you find yourself having to wait quite a bit for stuff, or is it like,
oh yeah,
like I not to say that I work faster, but I definitely like, I'm always surprised, and I've been doing this for years now, but I'm always surprised how long it takes to get notes back on things.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it's not like an editor's fault either, because like most of the time they're also like overworked and underpaid.
They're waiting on something else to come into their, into their inbox or what have you.
Well, exactly. That's what we always like. There's kind of like a joke. I mean, it's a joke in my house where it's like you can't get anything done in publishing in the summer or past October or past Halloween because the whole summer, like we always say, like everyone in publishing is out. And then as soon as it hits Halloween, it's like Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and then you're toast. So you have like, 6 months or or less to try to like pitch something and get it done. And again, it's not because everyone's not working. It's because, so takes a week off for vacation, as they should, and then they're not there for the meeting, and they have to be there for the pitch meeting, and so they wait
Yep.
another week, and then so and so in contracts is out, and so we got to have this guy sign it,
Yep.
and you know what I mean. So then that's the whole process,
It's and not only is it like for that one book, it's for the other books that are there, and if they sort of work on a one book and then move on to the next one. What's the longest you've ever had to wait?
Oh, well, I did the sequel. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. This is just how it is. It's good to know. So the sequel to Stegosaurus Triceratopsids, I knew about. I feel like whenever we sold it, like I feel like I knew it was a 2-book deal, and we were gonna get a sequel to it, and I feel like it was honestly like, I mean, there's a few times where I've just been like waiting and waiting and waiting, but like a year, like where I'd be like, oh, they'll be like, getting notes to you next week, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then next week would come, and I'd be like, hey, any notes? And I wouldn't hear from them for 2 weeks, and I'd be like, hey, let me check in. You got any notes for me? And they'd be like, notes are coming next week. And then this wouldn't come. You know what I mean? It's just they were probably waiting on so and so, and again, I don't blame anybody. It's just how it is.
It's one of those things that like that would definitely make my life easier, and it's a predictability concern of just like
I need to know if I can work on something else. I kept like keeping my calendar open because I was like, well, they're gonna give me notes. I'm gonna have to do these finals.
And then you wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. But again, like you said, this is where I try to save face. It's no one's fault.
No.
Well,
yeah, exactly. It's a system, and no one's gonna change all of publishing in like a day. So
it'd be cool if they could.
Yeah, but
not gonna happen.
it's legacy industry, and the change is as slow as publishing itself. Glacial.
Are there things that you absolutely love? I mean, obviously, like the job itself is great, but are there things where you're like, if this went away, I would be out the door?
Well, it's funny because like, like I feel like sometimes I feel like a fake artist because I'm not like a guy who's like, oh, I cannot wait to get back in my sketchbook today for an hour.
Yeah.
Like I don't really I don't do this a lot. I mean, I probably should, but I really don't do this kind of thing a ton. I feel like the thing that really excites me about everything is just like whenever you come up with a new idea, it's like a fun puzzle to try to like figure it out. Like that's the best part for me. It's just like the challenge and like the puzzly nature of it all. And then the worst part for me is when it's like all the creative stuff is done and you just have to do finals. Because like you've made every decision in the thumbnails. Like it's all that's left to do is sit down and do the work, And that's always not that fun.
I have that same problem. I definitely like the finals is not as fun as the sort of like planning, but I also try to like set myself up for success in the sense that when I'm doing those sketches or I'm doing things, I leave certain things out with the intention that I'll figure it out as I go. And I'm wondering like the equivalent of do you do sketches in color?
No.
Okay. So that's a big one for me. Do you do value sketches?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah. Same ballpark. It's I give them as little as I can because it sets me up to be able to sort of play more in the sort of the finish side of things. So what do you hand in for sketches then? I mean,
I usually hand in like a dummy. I mean, I could pull something up. But yeah, I just usually hand in a black and white dummy. And maybe some color samples, or maybe like a few pages that are like done.
Yeah.
I could see if I have anything. I could show you like a before and after from the Santa book, maybe if I can dig into my files.
I mean, the idea of like, it's always fascinating to me to see what level people do sketches at because I always worry that mine are too tight, or how loose can I get before the publisher goes, nuh-uh, you got to redo this, or like, we don't understand what you're thinking. But I always edge towards way too complicated. Like, it's one of those like go-to things of, I over spell out everything that I'm planning, and then I hate it in the end.
Yeah, I feel like man, this is not a good example, but I'm trying to find something. I'll find
Yeah.
something.
No, you don't have to. You don't
No,
have
no,
to
no.
show
I
stuff.
want to. I genuinely want to. Um, Mostly because I'm excited to show this stuff off, and I haven't like shown anyone any of this stuff yet.
Whoa, like these are sketches that people. Oh, because this isn't the one. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
took me a second. I finally got there. My brain finally computed.
Yeah, so none of this is out yet.
We're getting a sneak peek. We're seeing behind the curtain.
Yes, you are. If I could get the files open and then I'm gonna try to find the other file as well.
Are you
Okay.
Photoshop, or are you using Procreate? What's the?
Um, I'm using a mix, a very a very crazy mix. All right, so this is like a dummy sketch that I sent in for Santa
Okay.
Claus. So this is kind of what it looks like. This is like the first spread. It's kind of like really roughed out, and then the final spread, da da da, like this. So it's like the same spirit,
Yeah.
but like heavily refined. And it's funny. I've been rethinking my like entire process recently, uh, because during like the making of this book, I posted some pictures online, and an illustrator friend of mine was like, "Wow, like how do you use vector?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm not using vector. All this stuff is I just spend a year making sure every line is perfectly crisp." And she's like, "You're an insane person." And I was like, "Oh man." So I've been trying to like experiment with new like vector programs, and try to figure out how to like make the process fun again, because doing the Santa book was like a very stressful like few months, which you wouldn't think because it's so jovial and fun. Uh,
When
but
I first saw your work, my initial thought too was that it was sort of um Illustrator or vector based, and after finding out that it wasn't, I had that same like, what are you doing?
yeah, I don't know. I think I just like making
Harder.
life hard on
Yeah,
myself.
yeah. But I mean, here I am like working completely traditionally, and so many of the things I can do. Like, I've done versions of what I'm doing tonight, like the collage stuff digitally, and no one can tell the difference. But it's this
Yeah,
old dumb me goes, you know what? I'm gonna go the hard route. Partially because it's a pride thing.
well,
Partially it's more fun for me.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. You should do whatever's
yeah.
fun. Like I always tell people that like, what medium should I use? And I'm like, I don't know, whatever's fun and
Yeah.
easy. Like if it's really hard, it's probably not going to be fun.
Whatever gives you the best quality without sacrificing the
Your life.
yeah, yeah. And if that means that you gotta draw with something that's like super antiquated, then so be it. Um, so one of the things, it would be really interesting to see, especially if you're sort of like trying to see how you can relate the illustrator to it. I wonder how much it would speed up or slow down your work, depending, just because of uh, the consistency of line. Like, that's the one thing that made me think that your work was so digital right off the bat, was the lines themselves are about the same width all the way through,
Yes.
which must take some serious time to line up all those lines.
Well, and also I use a chiseled brush. I've been using like the same brush for all my books, and it's like chiseled. It looks like kind of like
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
So whenever you draw, it's like super uneven.
yeah, that's so you're making it extra hard on yourself.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't know what, like, again, and you'd think like after doing 13 books, I would have figured this out, but I'm just now realizing how stupid that is.
Or like you're sitting there going like, I'm gonna have about 10 cups of coffee before I start my illustration, and I got to make these lines perfect.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. So I think I've taken a break from picture books for like a little bit. Like I finished Santa about a year ago, and since then I've been working on a graphic novel that's just out on submission right now.
Yeah.
And so I completely changed the process for that. Like I was just figuring out how to use different vector tools and, you know, just trying new stuff. So hopefully that works out.
Do you the obviously digital's been around for some time, and I'm wondering what is it about the like working with traditional materials that makes you sort of want to play in that ballpark in the first place? Like, because your work is sort of, ends up being somewhat digital in the end,
Yeah.
clean up and whatnot. I'm wondering, is there some like distinct reason? Like for me, it's just I like the irregularity of.
Yeah, for me, especially when I first started, I couldn't find a brush on the computer that looked as good as a pencil. And that's kind of changed a lot um, since like 2016 or whatever. But I really just thought the pencil just looks better. You know, I did a lot of tests and I just came to the conclusion that like a standard graphite pencil that smears really bad just looks really, really good.
Are you a black wing pencil person?
Uh, I don't know what that means.
Oh, there's just a brand. If you said I don't know what that means, that tells me no right away.
No.
It's a brand of pencil that some people are like swear by is the best pencil that you can get.
I think that I was just using like these for like Ogilvy, like these really schmeary ones.
Yeah.
And I think that for Stegosaurus, I was just using like these. These are probably I don't use that many pencils anymore. These are probably the exact pencils. So I'm not really a materials individual.
A materials fiend.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm not that I'm a person who's like all about material, but there are certain things that I actually like. If it's not this material, I don't like it. And then there's other things I just like, I don't care. Like there's certain, like I've realized over time that what are these? These are Caran d'Ache pencils. I finally got some and I do like them better than I like all the other colored pencils that I have. And so like as I replace colored pencils, I'm going to Caran d'Ache ones. They're softer, they're a bit more like pastels and whatnot. But if you ask me like what kind of surface I like to draw on, like it can be just the cheapest version of it. There's no need to go like fancy of any sort. Um, are there materials that you're like well actually you know what I'll put it this way because this is a weird challenge
Sure.
I've asked people before. Are there materials on your desk or in your studio that people wouldn't know that you like a lot? Like in other words, like my favorite thing that I love. This is a weird thing that has nothing to do with my art making, but it's a stupid Stettler brush
Ooh.
for wiping away bits.
You know, I think my favorite material, which is like really annoying, well, again, when I was doing more traditional stuff, like with Randy or Ogilvy or any of the earlier stuff that I was like doing stuff and like scanning in little bits, my favorite material is just opening up my printer and grabbing the worst, cheapest piece of printer paper and then making the art on that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's so annoying because now I have like all these like loose file folders full of these loose printer sheets, and I can't help it. Like that's just what is, it's like not. I used to have this notebook when I was a little kid, and it had like beautiful like hand pressed, handmade paper, and I never used it. And so I think that's part of like why I'm like loving the printer paper is because I know I can just grab another sheet. Like it's like totally unprecious.
Yeah. You're not gonna ruin someone's feeling when you decide to draw something stupid on it,
Yeah.
call it a day. I have the same thing. Like I'm not a sketchbook person. I'm a just random piece of paper person, and I always feel bad because when I go in and teach, when people are like, "Oh, can you tell me what I should do with this?" I'll just go grab a piece of copy paper and use that. And like I feel like I should be using something more official as an
Yeah.
instructor. Like I should be like, "Oh, well, let me get out my $10 piece of paper and show you the most beautiful sketch you've ever seen," and instead it's a stick figure on a piece of copy paper, and I go, "That's it. That's what you should be doing." um
Yeah, it's just, it's just better that way.
yeah, it doesn't have to be super fancy at all times. Ooh, it still hasn't dried. I'm like trying to look for the right color swatches here. So talk to me a little bit about sort of the where you are. This is our
Sure.
geographical corner moment. So you're out there in the middle of
The great state of
the
Indiana.
great state
Well,
of
actually, I'm kind of
India.
at the bottom of the great state of Indiana. I
Um,
guess if Indiana was this, kind of like a weird, man, I think I have a reference here somewhere.
so you're out there. You have,
Yes.
uh, you're in the suburbs. Do you have a big art scene? Do you have things that? And I don't mean it's not like, well, Indiana, they definitely don't have anything fun to do. I'm not saying that, but more so like, uh, is there a big artist network where you are?
Bigger than you'd think. It's just because it's a college town. There are a lot of cool young people doing stuff. Like I take a ceramics class, and so like it's a really good mix of like undergrads and post grads and old people who retired here.
What's
I
the
made this
college?
I made this mug. Indiana University's here.
Oh, okay.
But I take the ceramics class at Ivy Tech, the community college down the street.
Hey, it works. That's the. Ooh, look at that mug. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I'm pretty proud of this.
During the pandemic when it first hit, my wife and I got into like the idea of doing ceramics, and we still haven't done it. But one of my goals is like I would love to just go make things, and it has like I don't want to be a good like here's a cool experiment thing or here's how you some cool fancy technique. It's literally just like it's kind of cool to just actually make something that's functional,
Yeah,
especially living in a world where I'd make all these paintings, and yes, a book is functional, but not in the same way that a mug or a bowl is of some sort.
yeah, but
Um,
to me, it's all kind of similar because it's like product type stuff where it's like, you get to make this cool thing. Like a book is like I mean, I just like product. Book is a cool product. A mug is a cool product.
yeah.
Stickers or paintings.
Um,
They make a Mecca, Indiana now.
I see. You're doing one of those. There's some of these nights I have people on, and they do like one big piece, and then there's the nights where it shocks me, where I'm doing like one piece that's taking forever, and you've done 100 million drawings in the time that it's taken me to do one piece. Um,
Well,
but I see there's that.
most of them aren't very good.
They're all wonderful. I'm looking at them. Your robots are so good right off the bat. Um, I haven't even like figured out. You said the bear element. I don't even know how I'm going to get the bear element in. Right now, I'm going to do my robot. I think is going to be doing a really long high five to a kid here, and that's as far as I've gotten with the idea yet. But there's going to be a bear somewhere. I don't know where. Um, Mike Petrick wrote saying, "There's a question from." Let me make sure there weren't any other questions. I feel like there might have been one before that. Oh, someone said where in Indiana? What Bloomington?
Yes,
Yeah.
Bloomington.
And then they also said, "What is the pen you're using?" If they go back and watch the beginning, it will say. But do you know? Can you
Yeah.
just real quick?
Uniball Onyx Eco Fine Point.
Okay, that's one of those like I'm trying to think. Uniball. There were some Uniball pens that I used to love back in the day, and I've had too many times where like caps fell off of pens, and so I was like, no, I'm done with this one because I'm afraid it's going to leak all in my pants. This is artist problems. So Mike Petrick writes, how do you guys get the word out about your books to teachers, librarians, parents, short of renting a billboard over the highway for $100,000? Or it actually says $100. But I feel shackled to social media to get the word out.
Agreed. Um, seems like the most effective and cheapest way to do it. I did buy a billboard in Times Square to advertise Easter Bunny, and it was only $40 for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. It was and it was just a single line on one of the billboards.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it was just one glowing line for a
It's
second.
like Easter Bunny
If you got so close.
book.
Yeah.
Guess who it's by? I don't know.
Yeah. So how do you get, like, do you do a lot of outreach and getting your name out there to people?
I try, but I feel like social media is the best way. It sounds really dumb, but like I called every single school and I actually emailed every single school in Bloomington and said, I will do a free school visit and to get out the word out about my book. And no one emailed me back. So then I called every school in Bloomington and most of them were like, oh, leave a message. And then some of them were like, no. And then other ones were like, yeah. One guy was like, oh, that sounds great. And then never messaged me back.
Ugh.
So it's really, really hard. Like, even if you're like just cold calling people like an insane person like me, it's super hard. I feel like I was just talking to my agent today. It's like all you can do is make silly videos online. Like, I feel like that's like you can try your best. You make a great book. You hope the marketing team is doing a good job. And then you can make silly videos online, which is like not really what I want to do. But is it the thing that people could most see? Probably.
Yeah. Do you feel like, and this is sort of here we are on Instagram.
Yes.
But do you feel like you spend too much time
Oh, yeah.
on social media? Not necessarily like hunting down, like, I want to see what the kids are dancing to these days. But the idea of like, having to promote yourself.
I think so. I mean, like my calendar, like I'm going on a little vacation here soon. And then when I come back, my calendar literally just says, make Santa Claus social videos for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, I think, and I have like a list, like you just have to, like, I've been watching a few videos to try to get like trends. And like, I think I have like an idea of how I am going to market it. I did this with Easter Bunny. I tried to make like 20 videos and post one like every day before the launch. And did it help? I have no idea, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like most of the time, especially like when I first started, I would, do a book and I'd be like, all right, I just can't wait for the bookstores to start calling and the schools to start calling me. And it's just like, it just doesn't happen. You have to like, it's really uncomfortable because you just want to draw silly pictures. But the thing is, you got to just, it's part of the job. It's like you're an illustrator. So unfortunately, you're in the Instagram Reels making business.
Yep.
Like, if you want to sell anything, that's like the easiest way to gain an audience, to access eyes,
Do you feel like, thinking about the social media aspect, obviously, like it's become a different ball game than what it was when it started out. But do you feel like fundamentally you have changed as an artist because of it? This is a loaded question.
No, I don't think I've changed as an artist. Like my art isn't different because of Instagram, but I do feel like what I feel like I have to do as an artist has changed.
Okay.
Like it doesn't change my work, but it has like whenever I'm thinking about, oh, I'd like to market this book, I do have to think like, all right, well, instead of just posting a picture, like that's not going to reach many people. So how can I make a reel? Which is like kind of depressing for a lot of artists. But I feel like I've tried to change my perspective and think about it as an opportunity to reach people. And that's what kind of gets me through the slog is like, I'm like, well, I could post a picture and 20 people are going to see it. Or I could post a reel and 100 people are going to see it. And I'd rather 100 people know about the book.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too that like the that idea of the real versus the image, and like all of a sudden it goes from you being an artist to you being a
marketer,
an on-screen persona.
Yeah,
in a way which some people might love. I mean, obviously here I am, like I'm gonna have these things every Thursday and people can come listen and whatnot, and so there's part of that, but
It's
there
not
is
what you signed up for.
no, it's not. I didn't get trained in any of this.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't get trained in a lot of what I do.
Yeah.
And it just happens to be you sort of fall into it or you learn how things, work. And all of a sudden you have these other career choices or paths that you have to sort of live up to. Let's put it that way. Is there, I feel like this is kind of depressing, all the stuff we've been talking about.
Well, dude, it's reality, Like, by the way, if you would have called me a week ago, I was in a way worse mood about illustration like a week ago. So I'm glad this wasn't last week.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good now.
Now it's amazing. Yeah. All the stuff you get to do is
yeah, exactly.
The world is your oyster, I think is how it works now. Is there stuff that looking at the work that you make, the goals that you have in the future as an artist? I'm assuming you have goals. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't care.
Yeah, no, I do.
What are some of those like goals, and how do you set those goals? Not necessarily that we need to know all the details, like if you have a specific dummy book or something that's out there, but how do you set goals in a way to achieve them?
Well, I've been trying to like figure that out myself. I think that keeping stuff kind of loosey-goosey is good because, again, I don't want to get depressing, but especially as an illustrator, as a creative person, you're not really in control of your career. Like, as depressing as that sounds, like you can make an amazing book and no one will buy it. And you can make an amazing book that gets sold to a publisher and then the audience isn't there for it. You know what I mean? So it's like you have very little control. All you can do is make what the best thing possible at any given moment. And so I think that like as far as goals, I've been trying to keep things like kind of loosey-goosey and say like, like I wrote a graphic novel. That was like a big goal for me. That's something I wanted to do and I did it. Like, is it sold? No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It could not sell. And that's fine because at the end of the day, you have to take like the little victories and say like, I didn't know how to write a graphic novel before. And now I've written one that I think is pretty good and I could do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I like the sentiment there. Like there's it doesn't always have to be a success to be, this is going to sound cool. It doesn't always have to be a success to be a success.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I
Write
know,
that down. Mark Hoffman.
I know, that's why I get paid the big bucks. Right there.
No, but you never know. This is something like my professor always said. It's something that Bob Shea said to me recently. It's like you never know when you're going to get like that email or like, you know what I mean, that like changes your career.
Yeah.
Like, so I always try to be hopeful for that kind of thing too. It's like you never know who's watching your work and you never know like when the opportunity will arise, and you only like fail if you quit and give up,
What's fun to me is, especially doing this Gab'n Doodle series in general, is I'm always perplexed and surprised and humbled by who says yes. And part of that is, I have these students that go like, my favorite artist is this person. And I go, have you talked to them? And most of the time they're too afraid to reach out. And I have to tell them like, all the people I've had on Gab'n Doodle, maybe 5 of them I've known before. Otherwise, like tonight, this is the first time we've ever talked.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it. You're a cool guy, Mark, and I like your work.
I like that. Thank you. And right back at you. It's you don't know. Like, obviously, I could invite someone on and it could be an absolute dud. And we may not get along and we fight the entire time. That's never happened.
I mean, that'd be crazy to watch. I'd totally watch that.
That would be a fun night. Like, find someone who is the total antithesis of me, who is like, doesn't like potty humor, is like, so into like really smart things, and then have them on here and just, there probably has been someone that probably likes all those things, and
you should debate hot political topics.
Oh, my wife is probably she's listening. I know she is. We went to her 30th reunion this last weekend, and it was lovely, and the people there were lovely and whatnot. But I asked a dumb question right off the bat. The guy who is running it like comes over and hugs my wife, and that was a problem right there. No, he comes over and he said that he lived in Georgia, and my first thought was the first thing I said to him is like, I don't want to get political, but it's like already
Great way
a
to
bad
start a
idea.
conversation.
Yeah, I don't know this guy at all. But what I was trying to get at was like one of the things that fascinates me is the the variety of things that happen around political environments. Like living in New Hampshire, we used to be a swing state for the most part. And so we have signage everywhere. Like the law allows people to put up signage for various, political folks and whatnot. And some states don't have that. And Georgia now being a swing state, what I was trying to get at was just how many signs are there? Like,
Yeah.
when you're driving down the road, are you just like, are people like running out in the middle of the road saying vote for whoever? But I realized like right off the bat, I asked it in the most dumb way and probably like brought the conversation to a halt because I said, meeting someone who I don't know their political leanings or anything of the sort and just go, hey, let's talk politics.
Yeah.
Was not the brightest. I'm not savvy at all times. So anyways, what's your political lean? No,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Who are you voting for and why?
Yeah. How do you
Give a
feel
full
about
endorsement on the stream.
Yeah. I know that you have fans, but let's get rid of them for a second.
Let's get rid of at least half of them.
Do you actually? This is a good question. This is a loaded question, but I don't think it's that loaded. I try to stay away. Like I'm big into politics.
Mhm.
My wife just said, "Yeah, I got scared when you mentioned politics." I'm big into politics. I love reading about politics. I love reading from both sides to see what who agrees with me and who doesn't agree with me and how crazy they are. But do you like when I go on social media? I try to stay away from posting anything political for the most
Oh
part.
yeah.
And it's not that I'm shy about my political point of view. I just don't think it's necessary to put it up on all my social media at all times because it sort of like diminishes why I want people to be there to look at my work or to, give me jobs or what have you. How do you, and that the question that this is a long-winded question, but I'm getting there. Is
Okay.
there stuff that you hold off putting on your social media or things? Is there a threshold that you put on like what's okay to show and what's not okay to show?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing is like I feel like I'm a pretty open book as a person. Like I don't really have a lot of like skeletons in my closet type guy. Like
That's what someone
I do think
with skeletons in their closet would say, though.
that's true. Don't look in my closet. I think that's what they would say. No, but I don't think. I mean, I genuinely I don't really think about it. I try to keep like book stuff on the Instagram, or I try to keep stuff kind of relevant. Like,
Yeah.
I have a personal account where I follow like friends from high school. But yeah, it's like one of those things where I don't even like posting like my face most of the time.
Mm.
I just try to keep. I mean, try to keep book stuff on there.
That is the thing that is my nemesis, to be honest, because when I make the ads, I have to go find people's faces, put on there, and like most of the time I'm just looking for like, oh, here's a good image of the person, and I don't know how current or old it is or anything of the sort. And so some people I like look at an image, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is them from like 10 years ago or if this is from last week. Or there'll be an image and I'm like, this is a perfect image so I can use their face on this thing, and I look at it and it's like 10 pixels big, and it's like, oh, cool, this isn't helpful at all for what I need. I don't remember having the challenge with you, but I know there are some folks where I'm like, I can't find a picture of them out there, and to the point where I don't know if it's them, which I don't know.
You're like, have I been emailing the wrong guy?
Yeah, like, well, what I don't want to do is post an ad for like, here's next week's guest, and then all of a sudden find out that I posted an ad for the wrong person. Like, that's not even me. That's a fear of mine at this point in life, which again, did not know I was going to do when I went through college, that I'd be worried about these kind of things. Is there, this is a weird point to make there. I'm like surprising myself that I went into this weird rant on that. Are there reasons why you don't like your face out there?
No,
I don't mean it
I
like,
mean, I am in witness protection.
yeah, okay.
But
Okay.
no,
That's why you're in Indiana.
yeah, exactly.
You gotta leave New York. You were in the mob.
Exactly.
I got it. I'm connecting all the dots. You were
Exactly.
a hitman for the mob, and, and EL is your cover. Your real name is
Exactly. Was part of the great cannoli fire of 2020.
that'd be
No,
amazing
I mean,
if I looked up and there
it's just one
actually
of
was
those.
a cannoli fire. And,
You'll never find any information about the great cannoli fire. I made sure of it. No, I don't know. Just, I feel like this is gonna sound kind of bad, also, because I just was like, yeah, you gotta advertise your books online, but I also think like the internet is kind of a young person's game.
yeah.
You know, where it's like no one wants to see me, a 30-year-old man, do TikTok dances. So, I mean, maybe they would.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold off on that for a second.
Yeah.
There's
I mean, maybe they would.
There's some weirdo out there going, "That is my dream. I can't wait to see
my
it."
dream.
I've been holding out for that TL dance.
Exactly. And you know what? Maybe they'll get it someday. Who knows? I do like to. I'm a people pleaser.
You were known for the nay.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a dance. Don't.
No, I think it is for sure.
I tried.
Yeah, what do I know?
Yeah, this is me and those college kids like trying to relate.
What up, fellow college kids?
There was students today that had on some shirt, and like other people like, "Oh, you went to go see that concert?" I had no idea who it was. I didn't even know. I was like, "Is that a Kate Bush shirt?" Like, and a totally wrong era.
Who
did I bring up today? I brought up someone that I was like, "Oh, you guys probably don't remember this," and some of them did, but it was pretty dated, whatever it was.
It was ironic the way they remembered it.
It was 60s or 70s, something or other. It may have been like the Jetsons or something like that, where like it felt like it was before their time, or that they just don't have access to it anymore.
Man, I loved the Jetsons. What an aesthetic. The googie architecture, you know what I'm saying?
Did you watch that growing up, the Jetsons?
Yeah, but it was old. I mean, it was kind of old then, but it was kind of, like you'd be on like Boomerang at my grandma's house, if you're like staying over.
First of all, what's Boomerang?
It was like a cartoon show for like vintage shows, like in the 2000s. I think it became a network, and I think it got canceled. But yeah, they would show like really old fun cartoons like Droopy Dog and like the Jetsons and the Flintstones and stuff. And I always really liked that aesthetic.
I know what it was that I mentioned was Wacky Races.
Oh, yeah, Wacky Races. And I mean, I only know what that is because, again, old cartoon stuff.
Yeah. I remember I mentioned it, and they all like, "Yeah, we know that." And then I said, like, Grape Ape, and they all said, "Huh?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. You don't remember it, but cool enough." No, there's an era there that they know certain things. There was a group that I had, I'm gonna say last year at some point, where they said something along the lines, "Oh, my wife says, guess what? 30 is young."
Oh no.
There was a student today that said, "Oh, I'm 22," and they said, "I'm so old." I'm like, like you are not old.
That's something I say a lot. It's like someone's like, "Oh, you're a young professional," and I'm like, "I'm an old professional," which is not necessarily true. 30's not that old. I get it. Now that I'm 30, I like being 30. Honestly, it's great.
It was a good age. I remember it fondly. Now I'm way past that. Oh shoot, what was I gonna say though? Oh, I totally blanked on it. I lost it. That's partially because I'm old. I lost my train of thought. How so? Okay, wait. How do you stay hip with the kids now? Like, and what I mean by that is like, how do you connect to your audience? Who?
Well, it's funny. I think I get a question a lot that's like whenever I encounter people. By the way, I'm working on I've drawn robots and bears and robot bears, and now I'm gonna draw some monsters.
Yeah, I saw you switch to the light table.
I switched to the light table. I'm gonna draw some monsters and do some pencil, different kinds of materials tests.
Okay.
Figured, having a good time, so I'll just keep trucking on something different.
Good.
Yeah, yeah. People are always like, oh, like, do you have like some kind of education degree, like in order to like write books for kids, or like, oh, like, are you thinking that like, do you know kids, or do you think about kids? And the answer is no. I I just write what I think is funny now.
Gotcha.
I feel like I'm pretty connected to my like inner child or whatever, but like I feel like I have a very similar sense of humor. Like a young me and a now me would probably think the same things are funny. So I just write the books that I want or would have wanted as a child,
I'm gonna test that theory. Hold on, ready?
All right, let's see it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Pretty
good.
That's how I test it.
I mean, honestly, good test.
Yeah, I know. It's like some sort of like scientific study test. You pull out the old toot noise and see what happens. No, it's one of those things where I'm always interested in how people connect. Like I have a kid now.
Yeah. How old are you? How old is your kid? You have one kid or two kids?
Yeah, I have one kid.
Okay, how old's your kid?
One was plenty.
I mean,
my kid
yeah.
is 11 right now, so he's actually crossed past that point of being into like picture books and things of the sort. So
Yeah.
there is a little bit of a disconnect from what I do, but I do know that like having that experience in a way has altered my perception of what is important. Or like my perception of what kids were interested in, and at what age they change. Because I always just assumed like starting out as saying like when I was in college, I want to try out picture books. I had no concept of like what age and how they learn, and sort of like what they're into at certain ages. And now I have a better sense of that. That doesn't mean I'm good at it, but I can definitely say like, oh, if someone's 8 years old, that means that they're in third grade, potentially, or second grade, or whatever grade makes sense for that age range. And I know what kind of stuff they're learning in classes, which is a different sort of like ballpark for me. So I can be like, oh, they don't learn about, I'm trying to think of like a good example. Like they don't learn about geography until a certain age, or they don't learn about said subject matter until they're 10. And so my understanding of like what I can get away with, all of a sudden I'm going like, oh, this is maybe a subject matter that's a little too old or a little too young, just because I've seen what they're learning in school. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. That's interesting because I have none kids and I don't think about any of that stuff at all. Whenever I meet a kid, I'm like, how old do you think this kid is? I have no idea.
So you're driving next year, huh?
Yeah, it's like, you guys are in college yet? And they're like, we're 4.
I don't know my ABCs yet. Like,
exactly. That's exactly what it's like.
Do you do school visits?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
and even then, I give the same presentation to like high school kids as I give to like preschool kids.
Wait, so like I get the idea of reading to high school kids. I get that, but what would be the like in other words, there's no harm in reading something that is a picture book to high school kids. They can understand it for a different reason. But what kind of presentation are we talking about besides the book itself? Like, do you go into like, this is how my career started?
I mean, really, really quickly, and I show them like step by step how I like create a picture book. I show them like the thumbnails. I show them all the process. It's very visual. I have like a slideshow of like 120 slides that like it's basically like semi-animated, you know, because I'm just like speaking along with a slideshow.
Yeah. Are you are you someone that when you do those events, like I've done them where um, I try to do the slideshow, and you know it's lovely, but then I'm also trying to read from a book, and I forget like I need to switch the slide, or like there's all sorts of technical problems. Are you someone that's real savvy
Uh,
with that
uh,
stuff at this point?
Kind of like I always just put my entire book in the slides, so I don't have to read. Like I just read
Off
off the
the screen.
PowerPoint.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried that. I'm not good at it. I need to have more practice in front of young ones to be savvy at it. Let's put it that way. But do you enjoy being up in
Oh
front
my
of the crowd?
gosh. I love doing presentations and school visits and stuff like that. Like it's so fun. Like I feel like you could. I mean, it sounds like you enjoy it as well.
I do.
Uh,
It's still
uh,
stressful.
oh, it is stressful, but I think it's totally worth it to like meet your audience or like, you know what I mean? Like it's so cool to like, I don't know, see the kids who like your stuff. And most of the time, like the teachers have, you know, read some stuff beforehand. And so it's just like, I don't know, I find it to be like a complete honor that they would invite me to do something like that, you know?
I will say when they read your stuff beforehand, that makes it so much easier.
Oh, yeah.
The ones that I've done where like they don't know who you are and you get up and have to say, "I'm Mark and this is what I do," is so much harder than just go. They come up, you know, you go up there and they go, "Oh, I've read your book," and you're like, "Oh, okay." Well, we're already starting out at a pretty high level of friendship
Yeah.
before this
Yeah.
even gets going. Um,
I
the,
like when I do a whole presentation and then someone says, "And how do you make a picture book?" And I say, "Well, lucky for you, I just gave a 45-minute presentation on how to make a picture
maybe
book."
yeah, maybe we need to talk to your teacher about how you're not paying
Yeah.
attention. Uh,
Yeah. What were you doing this whole time?
if you weren't picking your nose for a half an hour, you would have noticed. Um, the
No, but kids are hilarious, and that's another reason I like doing it is because they're just so funny.
the one that I always love, and I know that it happens for every illustrator out there or any artist or author. When you go, I make picture books, and they think that you actually make the books.
Yeah, and then they're like, and then where do you? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
How do you
That's
make?
another thing.
It's like, no, this isn't that. I do something else. I send it
Yeah,
off to
exactly.
someone. Have you ever done any bookbinding or anything of the sort?
You know, when I was in college, I did some, and it was fun, but like it wasn't like, ooh, I love book making, and I'm gonna make my own custom books. It was just like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. But you
The
know,
reason the reason I ask is I was talking to Pete Oswald last time. We were talking about sort of like since he plays the role of art director on movies and things of the sort
yeah,
that understanding the other side of the job of like knowing how books are actually bound and how they're put together. I think is like in my mind has made things more helpful for me to understand what I'm actually doing in the sense
interesting.
of like like the way the book folds or opens, how stuff is glued down, how it's bound together. I feel like there's decisions that I make now that are like the equivalent of page 16, 17 being the center of the book, and it
Yeah,
naturally sort of opens to that. I immediately go, okay, that's a spread. Like that's where
yeah,
I want to make sure that page, story wise, I don't care what it's supposed to be. That's a spread, uh, because it's going to naturally open up and be this like it's going to be easier to look at than some of the other pages in the book itself. Um, the is there any sort of arts or things that you've wanted to try as an illustrator or as an artist in general that you have not had the chance to do?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I always want to do a little bit of everything. Like, I think that doing like an early reader would be super fun and challenging. I'm kind of giving you a little bit of a preview of graphic novel sample artwork right here,
Yeah.
um, which was again super fun and super interesting in its own way. But it's like now that I've done that, I'd like to try, you know, there's so many like different nuances in the medium, you know what I mean? Like again, it's like an early reader is just like works so functionally different than a picture
Mhm.
book where it's like you're different page count and you're trying to communicate different things and different kinds of like set language, you know?
How much of that do you go through and try to figure out on your own? How much of that does Steven help you with from
I
the
us-
agent's point of view?
I usually try to do a lot of research like on my own beforehand, and then if I've totally lost the thread on something, he can correct me, you know. But I really try to like figure it out on my own, mainly because that, like you just said, it kind of helps you with that understanding. Then you can better like prepare for things. Like if you know that so and so early reader is usually X many pages and this size, you know, you can kind of go from there.
Yeah, you can sort of figure out the structure. Is it a format, like obviously you're coming from a world of picture books. Is it a format that you think is vastly different? Like I understand there's a complexity to long stories
No, I
and
don't
things of the
think
sort.
so. I mean, there's some really long picture books. I mean, like Soren, long book, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't that long. I mean, it was
Well,
fifty
longer than usual.
50. What is it? 54. I'm trying to think. Like no, it's divisible by 8. So 48. The next one up, 56.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had to do the math there to figure out what it was. So yeah, it is long, but it's not the same as a graphic novel
Oh,
by any.
oh yeah.
That's a game I don't wanna jump into of any sort, at least not at this point. Um, what were your takeaways in sort of prepping that? Are there things that you think, like, if there was someone listening right now that says, I want to do uh, some sort of graphic novel? I don't know why that was a struggle for me to say that word, graphic novel. Um, is there things that you could look at and go like, this is the thing you need to pay attention to in order to get
I
that?
would say to do a graphic novel, you need to like how you were like talking earlier about how like keeping the momentum, staying excited about stuff and like like that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like that's the hardest part is like it's 100 pages and they're all like pretty intricate kinds of spreads. And so, you gotta be like you gotta find a way to stay excited throughout the whole process because it's probably gonna take a year just to pitch
Yeah.
you know and
Yeah.
and so it's like I think that was the hardest part for me. It's just like figuring out like how do I keep going with this, how do I make it interesting, like, and the answer is just trying to find good characters, because that's what makes a great story. It's just characters you enjoy hanging out
Yeah.
with.
Yeah. One of the things that I uh, at the reading last night, there was this really amazing kid. I don't remember what his name was, so he wasn't that amazing. Um, but at the end of the thing, like he was really attentive through it all, and like you're reading to some 7-year-olds or whatever, and they can be distracted easily. And this kid was like zoned in the whole time. And at the end, I said, "Do you all have any questions?" And his first question was that he had written he started out, I say, "Do you have any questions?" And then he tells me a statement.
Of
And
course.
I stop and go like, "Okay, what is there a question that you have? Because I'm happy to answer questions." And he finally says, "Well, I've written a book, and I'm trying to figure out how to draw it. How do I draw it?" And like that right there was like, oh no, this like, how do I explain to this kid how you draw a book? And like I was, what's it about? And blah 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 blah, trying to get into all that with this kid. And then at the end, he goes, "Can I show you what I've done?" And he comes over, and this kid had pages upon pages upon pages of stories and notes and structure. And I mean, this kid's 8, or maybe even younger than that. And
That's awesome.
he comes up to me and he goes, "Well, this is the prologue that I have." And I'm like, "First of all, kid, you know what prologue means." And so you're ahead of the game already. Um, and then he pulls out one of those, those like sketchbooks for comic book artists where it already has panels pre-done.
Yeah.
he pulls out one of those, and he had like half of the book filled already, and I was like, man, this kid is insane. I can't believe how much he's like ahead of the game. Um, and I asked him sort of like to look through it, and I flipped through his sketchbook, or not the sketchbook, but the comic book thing. And one of the things that I thought was really fascinating to me was I've seen those before, but this is the first time I had ever seen one that had speech bubbles already put into it.
Oh, weird.
And it had thought bubbles, and it had like explosion, like text boxes and things. And it was really strange to me because those are meant to be just like, here's a basic structure you can build a story within. But it was already telling this kid how to write his story because it was all pre-planned out before he even like bought the book. And I was like, oh kid, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you some tricks. And I told him about some books that I think he needs to get that will help him like understand how to draw and write and things of the sort. But it was sort of haunting to me to see this book that had already sort of
Been
predefined,
filled out.
yeah. And it's like the challenge of a graphic novel is to me is that like, how do you explore and change panels? And yes, it's 100 pages, or yes, it's a however many pages, but this kid already had it all like written for him in a way that I feel like wasn't
Productive.
yeah. And I felt bad because I didn't want to go like, hey kid, like, let me tell you the truth of the matter, here's what you got to do. But I did try to give him resources, but then I also asked the kid, I was like, man, your teachers must love you. And he goes, I'm homeschooled. And I'm like, okay, this makes sense, because he had told me like his dad gave him all this information for story structure and things. So I'm like, oh, this is being done in the house, and that's why like he has this all set up, because his parents, like, it's not just you're doing this on your own. This is your homework from the homeschooling, and it's like it made so much sense at that point. But it was fascinating to see this kid that like, if I had that much understanding at that age, boy oh boy, I'd be leaps and bounds ahead of where I am now. Um, what if you were not, speaking of like going back to kids, that was a long story, and I didn't let you interject. I'm sorry.
No, I was loving it.
this is this is called Just Listen to Mark for 4 hours. Um, if you were not an artist, what would you be?
Man, I don't know. I'd probably try to like the thing is I like TV. I like maybe like artist is kind of tricky because I'd probably just try to be an animator maybe. That was kind of like my first choice, and then animating, I realized animating was hard. You had to draw a lot more pictures. Uh,
I get that.
uh,
Hear that? Yeah.
so yeah, I mean that was like my first thing I wanted to do whenever I was starting out.
Was that something you ever tried?
Yeah, I mean I still try. I mean I still do some like weird stuff occasionally. Uh, like I animate all the GIFs. Like I make GIFs for every book that I do.
Yeah.
Um, for like social media stuff. Like so I made a bunch of Santa Claus GIFs and stuff like that. So, I still try every once in a while to do a little animating, but it's nothing like super
Yeah.
serious.
That is a different ball game in my mind, just in the sense of like the time and patience to draw something over and over and over and over again is a little much for me at this point.
Oh
Um,
yeah, for sure.
let's see. Uh, oh, my wife just said, yeah, that she's been admiring all the gifts recently and sort of prepping for tonight, and sort of seeing all the stuff that you've been doing. Uh, there is wait, what? I'm trying to read through the comments. I don't know if you have the same thing, but I have a thing here where I can see what everybody's commenting in the background. Um, one time. Oh, once. Let me see. I can't even see it. So blurred out here. Once in a Kiwi Blue Moon _ art says, yeah, and read a lot of this. Talking about reading the books to kids, says, yeah. Once I read a book to kids, and one of them showed, or no, one time I showed a book to a kid, and she wrote a letter back that she wants to create a dinosaur museum, and how deep that is. And like, have you had any like stories from going and reading and sort of talking with your audience?
Man, I've made a few comics that I really like where I just like the kids just say like the funniest stuff. Like they're like, "Oh, you should make a book." Like, afterwards there's one and like they were like, "Oh, you should make a book about our school." And then of course like when someone has that statement question, then someone else is like, "Oh, you should make a book about my Iron Man."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, "Oh, you should make a book about Elsa." And I was like, "Well, does anyone have any questions that aren't book suggestions?" And then like
Yeah.
every hand went down.
Yep. Yep.
And
I
I
did
was just
that
like,
last
"That's
night
just
too.
great.
Yeah.
Like that's just great writing right there." You know what I mean? Like it's just so funny.
The last night I got did I draw Captain Underpants? I'm like,
And you
no.
said
Yeah.
yes.
No, I've gotten a couple of those. Like, did you draw the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And it just happens to be whatever they're into that day, or whatever they're like their go-to like book they're reading. That is what they want to talk about. Um, have you have you ever done any of those events where you try to draw what they're interested in, like your version of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Oh yeah. Like I often at the end, sometimes with like small bookstore events, I'd be like, "All right, now we're gonna make a book together." And so I have like, we kind of go through a questionnaire where it's like, who's our
Yeah.
character and what location are they in and stuff like that. And those often get pretty great, and sometimes they're very copyright characters, but it's all part of the fun.
Somehow they won't see the light of day after the fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Speaking of that, I know that we had talked a little bit about brand, and you had mentioned that idea of like um the not necessarily the marketing, but the whole like making a character into a TV show and into whatnot. You have a show that's in Australia, right?
Yeah, I so Big Word Small Stories got translated into TV. Yeah, for Canada and Australia, I believe.
At first, I was
Um,
gonna say it got translated into Australian, and I
it
was so
did,
yeah,
and
we're gonna
bl it's 100% Bluey now.
yeah. Yeah, you've gotten wiped out by Bluey hard.
Yeah, I did.
All of the there's like a bunch of people in Australia that are like, I once had a great idea, but now I'm just working on Bluey like everybody else. Um, did you what was that process like to sort of get that translated into uh, so-called Australian
Uh,
or Canadian?
well, it was actually very interesting and kind of fraught. I feel like it almost like didn't happen like a ton, which is like kind of how you gotta expect, I don't know, TV or anything like that to go. I've heard so many stories where artists they'll be like, "My stuff was just bought by Disney and you'll see my new show," and then it just never comes out.
Yeah,
Or like so it's like extremely everything kind of like on a dime or like on like some kind of like hairpin whether it's going to happen or not. Um, but I was thrilled when it actually came out. I didn't believe it was actually going to happen. Like, like they're like, "Oh, here you go. It's going to be a real book." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, real show." And I was just as surprised as anyone else that it actually came out.
was
Um,
have you seen it? Because I know that like seeing stuff stateside
yeah,
versus in
yeah.
Australia, you may not be able to see, but I assume you've seen episodes and
Yeah, and you know what? I wish so badly that it could come to United States because I'm not just saying this, but it's actually pretty good. Like the episodes are only like 5 or 6 minutes. They're like kind of like mini episodes and there's like 50 of them.
yeah.
I think they're all free. If you have like a VPN, just set it to Canada and then go search for Big Word Small Stories on YouTube. Um, but yeah, super cool. I think they're on some Apple TV networks and some, I don't know, nothing in America. But I did find a way to see every single episode. And they're all pretty good. I think they did a crazy good job. They like I invented 6 characters and then they like built out this whole world. I was not involved like at all. Like they literally were just like, "All right, yep, we love your art style. We're gonna keep it the same. We like the characters. We're just gonna make some new ones." And we're like, "Okay, cool."
Were So did you have anything to sign off on with that? Like, or was it just, we're going to make these characters and then at the end of the day, you just sort of, get something in the mail that says, here, we're done.
Yeah, it wasn't even like here we're done. It was just like, all right, yeah, you signed, you got your $500. So we're gonna just do whatever we want now. And I was like, okay, cool, better than it just sitting on the shelf.
Yeah. Yeah. It was more than $500, right?
Not at the beginning.
Oof.
That was
Okay.
like, I think again, that's another thing. People are like, oh my gosh, you have a TV show, and I was like, yeah, I think the license, like, to what is it, like, option it, I think they paid me like $500.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I would have assumed,
yeah,
I would have assumed a lot more.
me too. But it was just, I don't know, man. Like, listen, whenever someone's like, do you want your stuff made into a TV show? There's not a lot of people knocking on the door. So you're like, yeah, I do want that. And are you going to pay me $500? Like, not ideal, but like better than it's sitting on the shelf. Like, that was kind of my mentality. It's like,
well, that makes sense.
they did once it actually got made and like was on TV, I got like a little bit more after that, but it wasn't like life-changing money. Like, I think that's another thing people like don't understand is they're like, you got a TV show, you're raking it in. It's like, no, I'm just a guy. I got to keep trying to make new stuff.
I'm just a guy. You're more than just a guy. You're an amazing American treasure.
Thank you. I like Bob Shea. I wish I could steal what Bob Shea's always saying. He's like America's favorite author, Bob Shea. I think that's so funny.
He's he's smarter than a lot of us in the way that he like his silliness is his silliness goes beyond just like kid level silliness. Like when you go read like his bio and you pick up on some of the like odds and ends that he's done to sort of promote himself, you're like, oh, there's some like pretty crazy genius level comedy here. And I don't think
for sure.
He doesn't tout it like I'm a comedic genius, but he definitely is sort of behind the scenes, whether he wants to admit it or not. With your books, one of the things I asked him, and I think I can probably ask you the same, is sort of like looking through the books and reading through them throughout time. There's a comic element to it, like looking at the bunny book here. Let me see if I can grab it here. The I'm Not Easter Bunny. There's a humor in the like the pattern of and is it okay if I tell people the general
please
gist?
Yeah, of course.
About a bunny who's doing things that look suspiciously like the Easter Bunny through the majority of it, and there's like the over the top kind of like anger that comes from it, like
yeah, he's pretty angry.
I'm not the Easter Bunny. Is really like the pacing and the timing of that's really good. So wait, was this book done with traditional like
no. This book was done with Procreate because I thought that was going to be faster, but then I ended up making like a ton of adjustments in Photoshop, and it was completely colored in Photoshop.
Because I'm just looking at this again and just thinking like, if you used a chisel brush on this thing.
Yes, that is still true.
Okay.
I'm a sick individual.
But how do you manage the comedy element? Like, how do you, as someone who loves humor, and I try to put comedy into my books, or be silly enough that like it's things that adults might laugh at, it's whatnot. How do you get that across in your books?
I think that, like, again, like we've talked about before, I'm trying to make something that makes me laugh. Like, and a lot of times it's thanks to like my editors, my wife, my agent, who like help tone it down. Like originally the Easter Bunny like was super angry from the start, but they're like, it's funnier if he gets gradually more upset throughout the book. And I'm like, oh yeah, that makes complete sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But yeah, man, I'm always just trying to make myself laugh. And, for those books, I originally like took the idea from my mom because she was like, she's all, how whenever you do picture books, everyone always has a great idea for a picture book, which is like so fun, but also it's like, you can't make any of them. Like, that's just not how it works. So
Well,
my mom always pitches me ideas, and one day
is it always
she's like,
so fun?
yes. Um,
Okay.
no, but yeah, my mom pitches me ideas rather
Yeah.
frequently, and this one just is the only one that's ever stuck. But it was so funny because it was so simple. It was just like, what if there was a book about the Easter Bunny who was trying to convince people that he wasn't the Easter Bunny? And then I just started thinking of all these little scenarios, like what are all the Easter things that he could be doing?
Yeah.
And like it was really just it was writing it was rather quick. Like in that regard, writing Santa was like much more difficult because you wanted to make it, like you said, different but the same.
Was there, has your mom required at this point some sort of payment?
No,
That-
but she does collect dedications.
Okay.
So like I dedicated my first book to my parents, and she also, I think she's just gunning for the most dedications.
Well, how many
Which,
dedications are you up to with them now?
well, she has two. She has the first one, which is dedicated to my mom and dad, and then the second one, I think, yeah, I think maybe they got a Randy one. I'm unsure, but yeah, now she has this one, so she's racking them up.
My my mother is I think they got one book so far out of the many that I've done. I don't know how many I'm gonna be willing to give in that case. They have to,
Yeah, you got to start charging at
yeah,
some point.
yeah. There's a threshold where they got to start participating to get those. I can't just give them out constantly. They gotta earn them. I've
Exactly.
I've paid off all the trouble that I put them through, and now it's their turn to start trying to sway me again through bribes.
Yeah, how are you gonna wine and dine me
Yeah.
for this?
So you came into town, and I'm just saying, there's like this great restaurant that is very expensive. I sure would love to go to it, but uh, only people who dedicate to me or that go
Yeah.
there get dedication. So you might want to think about it. Um, do you when you do dedications? Is it always like the thing that I always end up with? Is I'm like mid progress on a book, and all of a sudden they write to me and they go, "You got to think of the dedication today," or it's always this like last minute thing that shows up in my inbox, um, and I always feel like I'm rushed to come up with them. Um, do you when you do your dedications, are you doing like big, like thoughtful ones, or are you sort of just like to my mom and dad?
To my mom and dad for sure.
Okay.
I do have a running list though. I do have like a list of like people
You just
who
observe.
yeah, people who bought me dinner,
It's just
like you
like,
said.
yeah. So, that was nice of you to pay for that pack of gum at the store for me. You're number
Yeah.
17 on the list now. Um,
Yeah, when I get to that 17th, I'll remember
yeah.
that.
And boy, I've gotten to the point where, and it's dumb, but I've gotten to the point where I try to write like stupid puns or silly things, all of them. And I think that's my problem is when I get that note, it's always like this instant pressure of like, oh God, I got to write something now. What am I going to write? What's going to be funny that I can put together in that amount of time and get to them? Because I don't know, are those last minute for you, or is that just me?
Oh, it's always pretty
Okay.
last minute.
Because I always feel like, yeah, it comes in so late, and then I'm like, I'm not in the mindset to sit there and figure out how to come up with a lovely little quote for them. Um, I finally figured out how I'm doing my robot bear. He's going to be an old stuffed bear that's falling apart. You know those like classic like a brain in a like a evil scientist where it's just like a brain in a floating glass jar.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going with. And now he's high fiving his kid friend. Um, at least that's what I'm aiming towards. We'll see what happens. It may or may not be as perfect, but I'll see what I can get out of it. Um, shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, do your parents love your work?
I believe so. I mean, I think I showed them my graphic novel, and they were like, "Wow, this is a lot of work." I think they like the picture books more
Yeah.
personally.
Okay.
Just because it's like they're just kind of more fun and they're kind of a package deal. The graphic novel, I'm trying to like, as usual, start some kind of series and it's 130 pages and kind of complicated
It's a lot of
and
reading.
A plot, B plot,
Yeah.
You're right. Too much reading.
They hit page 32 and they start to zone out.
Exactly.
Do you when you're working on all these books and making sorry, I got caught up in a color. When you're making all these books, are you someone that also takes time to read and to you know dive into other people's work? Or are you so caught up in just time frame and deadlines and whatnot that it's hard to pull that kind of?
Oh no, I try to. My wife and I try. Again, I've been kind of bad about it recently. Whenever we are about to go to bed, we always try to like read for like an hour. Like we have our little dumb iPads, and we have the library app.
Mm.
So I'm always trying to read something and try to keep up fresh on like a bunch of graphic novels or like any new picture books that come out. I feel like before I was published, I was more like, I lived in New York, so I was like, I got to go to a bookstore and I got to go every few weeks and I got to go to, see what all the new stuff and read everyone's stuff.
Yeah.
I'm less like as I guess like religious about it. But I do try to, it's really, reading's fun. So
Do you read adult books? I know
no.
how it sounds. I know
No. The answer, and again, this is kind of a bad answer, is no, I do not. I really like kids' books. I like graphic novels. I feel like it's, satisfying. Also, can I just say, one of these comments, I won't tell you for which one it is. It says, I paid for his college. I wonder who that is. We love TL's work. Who is that? What random commenter from the internet possibly made those two comments?
It's definitely someone who's trying to get another
Dedication. Like, wait a minute. I didn't know you were handing out dedications on this stream.
I don't think my parents have ever even listened to this. Watch, I'm gonna do this right now. You know what? My parents are awful people. They're definitely not as cool as TL's parents.
Well, it is funny because I did say earlier, I'm like they are my biggest fans and cheerleaders, right next to my wife. So it is funny because they are here. I'm gonna take like a 3-second break. I'm gonna go get some more water, and I have graphite pencil all over my hand.
Go for it. And while you're gone, I'm gonna talk to your parents.
Yeah, talk to my parents. Ask them how much college was.
Yeah.
And I will be right back.
They got to give some juicy. So, wait, it's not. Oh, wait a second. TLMCBEATH. Spell. Okay, one. You got to give us some dirt. What was what was Trenton like? Wait, what? Say who you are and what you do. I don't know what that means in the comments. Give us some dirt on what he was like as a kid. Give us some story that would be embarrassing that we can use as a hot topic going forward. There's got to be something where you can really throw him under the bus. Oh, Kristen Grace Hurley. If you're asking, am I a children's book author? Yes. Myself and TL McBeth, who are on right now. We are both kidlit author illustrators. And so we're on here just goofing around. For those, in case anybody's sort of like, it's actually a good question in the sense of, if you're just scrolling through the internet and you are on Instagram and you're like, what is this live thing? Let me see what's going on here. Every week on here, I pop on with various kidlit folks, kidlit illustrators, everything from, first published illustrators to people who have been in the industry for a long time, and we chat. and we make, and that's basically it. That's the gist of it. Okay, Teacher Marin, while we wait for this, while TL's off, getting more water here. What is the difference between a picture book and a board book? That's a good question. A picture book. Picture book is there's a difference in not only how the book operates, but also the age range those books are for. So board books are generally for kids who are 0 to, I'm spitballing here. I don't remember exactly. There is a age range they're intended for, but 0 to 3 maybe, and then all of a sudden you jump into picture books. Board books are more about just getting them used to the idea of what a book is and real basic content. Maybe just like colors. A lot of them are concept books, so it's like colors or letters or shapes. Picture books are generally 32 pages or 40 pages, generally 32, and those are directed at anywhere from probably about like 3 or 4 up until about 8 or 9, somewhere in that range, depending on the kid's reading level. Actually, this is good.
Was Trenton arrested in high school? What is the worst thing he ever did?
I know your parents have not chimed in with anything. They're not willing to go into a deep dive of how you were a troubled youth and how you ended up in the mob in New York.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Wait a second. Is that your witness protection agent who's trying to cover for you? Like, I'll throw him off the track. I'll just mention how I put him through college. Okay, so let's see what you say, because you may be very different. Teacher Marin was asking, what's the difference between a picture book and a board book? And
I mean, mainly size and length, probably.
Yeah. Have you done board books at all?
One, like, not intentionally. I did a book called. Well,
what does that mean?
I'll grab them off my shelf really quick.
It's probably what I did, or my relationship to board books too, but it's just the way that was phrased was very funny to me. Like the not intentionally is.
All right, okay. So I did this picture book called Ducks.
Yeah. I know one.
It is rather large. It is written by Deborah Underwood. It is very fun, and I highly recommend it. So, really cool. This is the board book of Ducks.
Okay.
It is much smaller, and they've taken out a spread or two to make it fit in this chunky, smaller format.
Got it.
So that's what I meant by not intentionally. Okay. Where it's like, I didn't plan on doing one, but one exists.
Yeah, I have the same thing. I had a book that got turned into a board book after it being a picture book. I figured that's probably what you did. But yeah. Just the idea of not intentionally sounded to me like that you were just like making a book and all of a sudden you just stumbled onto it of somewhere.
Well, I guess this is a board book now.
Stepped in my studio one day and there was just like some boards and pictures and I just made one. Didn't know what it was going to be. Is there obviously like the graphic novel side of things? Is there any interest on your part in jumping up into a age range that goes beyond like a young adult?
Maybe someday. I mean, I feel like I definitely have longer stories. I just want to read this comment from my parents. He was an amazing son. No dirt. We want another dedication, which I think is very funny. And the funniest part to me is not that they want another dedication. It's the phrasing, he was an amazing son, which is hinting that I am currently not. Yeah. Because of my witness protection, of course.
They they didn't understand the past tense. It's so good. Yeah. Everybody's commenting on the
everyone's like was.
Yeah. They've disowned you. Yeah. Until you give a dedication, you're out of the will.
Exactly.
That's how it goes.
I know how to get into the good graces though.
all you gotta do is write a little thing to mom and dad, and you're back
Exactly.
in their good graces. Yep. Um, is there just thinking about that idea of was parents?
Oh,
Yeah.
they did correct
Yeah,
themselves,
you
but
are.
I do
Oh,
find it to be
yeah.
very funny.
It's yeah, a little too late in my. You can't throw in "you are" at the end and be like everything's kosher now. The truth came out. Is there? I don't know why that's so funny to me. I mean, it's funny. It's not like it's something that shouldn't be funny. I don't know where I'm going with that. What were we talking about? Oh, the board book thing. So yeah, I
Yeah.
had the same thing that was after the fact. Um, did did you have any participation in sort of the making of that board book, or was it sort of just it came out and you went, oh, cool?
Vaguely. They did contact me and say like, "Hey, we need to cut this by like one or two spreads. We're thinking about getting rid of
Yeah,
like the end papers and also, this one or this one. You can choose which one to cut."
got
So that was really, again, everyone that I think we were kind of talking about this vaguely earlier. Everyone in the publishing industry that I've met is nice. Like every illustrator I've met has been nice. Like there's been some like older, like kind of posh illustrators or really famous illustrators that I've met at events who have like kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But for the most part, like everyone's just super nice. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And and as I get older, I'm like, I probably caught that person on an off day. You know what I mean? I try to be a little more generous as I get older with like, stuff like that.
Yeah, you gotta name. No, no, don't name names. Uh, his name was, and then you
Exactly.
slide it in there.
And
We won't question it at all. Yeah, I don't know if I've met anybody that's been a jerk. I think there's people who may have been I thought were challenging when I first met them and I realized after the fact, because of my own fault. Like, just sort of, I need to be a little bit more tactful and graceful in how I approach people sometimes. So the equivalent of like me going up and going like, I think you're so cool. I'm your biggest fan. Sometimes can throw people off, and they may not want to be like, hey, let's chat for a half hour.
yeah.
And so there's some elements to that I think I need to that are of my own accord. Let's put it that way. Are there heroes in Kidlit that like if you could meet them you would cry and break down and say like I need you to sign my arm so I can get it tattooed? Is there anybody that's out there?
Man, it's gonna sound bad because like I do have people that I've loved their work for a long time, but I don't know if there's anyone who I'd be like starstruck over. Because after doing this job for so long, you realize that everyone's just kind of like a guy
Yeah.
or like a person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I feel like for the most part, I think I mean, I feel like I've been a fan of like Bob Shea's work for a long time. I'd love to meet him in person. I feel like we've talked online a few times and he's like a super sweet dude. I really like Lane Smith, and it's like, but even then it's just like, he's just a guy. Like I don't think I'd scare him off and
Yeah.
cry. Probably try to be cool.
Well, wait, okay, so let's jump outside of Kidlit for a minute.
Oh, man,
Who's
I don't.
who's the person
like
where
celebrity?
if you met them, you would actually like break down crying?
Dude, I don't know. I feel like it's like, do you have someone who you like? Yes, that I would be so emotionally fraught if I met Gordon Ramsay or Martha Stewart or someone, I don't know, random.
I like your polls. There we go. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there are people who like I don't know if I would cry.
Exactly, it's hard.
Yeah. There's people who I would love to meet and interact with that I'm more fascinated to see what they like before he passed away. I would have loved to have met Prince.
Oh yeah, because that guy just floated around.
Yeah,
I hear.
yeah. I mean, he was just a wild, like, And I grew up close to Paisley Park, and I have seen him before in person, not necessarily at a concert, but in real life, just around. And
Mm,
it seems like someone who
interesting.
like would have a interesting story, and you hear stories of like how he was just a wild and interesting person. I would love to hear more or to actually like interact with them, but I'm trying to think if there's anybody that like would. The cry level is the hard one. That's the
Yeah.
that's the challenge of who would it be?
Is there anyone in Kidlit that you haven't met that you would like to meet?
Uh, I would love to meet Christian Robinson. I think
Yeah.
everybody kind of wants to meet Christian Robinson, but from what I've heard, he's kind of uh, not the most uh, uh, social person in the world. Like he's a little reclusive, but I could be wrong. I mean, he may be like totally awesome, but I get the vibe that he's so like he's been asked by a lot of people to be friends, and I get it if he says no. Um,
You want to know something really interesting? Like, I remember you were talking earlier about how you tell your students, like,
well, yeah,
oh, oh, if you have someone you like, why don't you just call them? Or like, why don't you just send them an email, right? So
I'm gonna.
when I was in college, that was one of our like assignments
Yep.
was like you need to cold call like 8 like people you really like professionals in your field. Which I don't know how good of an assignment that is,
It's
but
it's a classic illustration assignment for like professional practice stuff to go and reach out to people. Yeah.
yes. And so I reached out to Christian Robinson and I totally like he didn't get back with me and didn't get back with me and I was like, "Oh, okay." Um and then like past the deadline, he shot me an email and he's like, "Oh, hey, sorry I didn't see this," or something like that. Like, yeah, and we totally got on the phone and he was really sweet. And he looked at my work and it was just really, really kind of him to do. Um, I think he was like a little bit like shy on the phone to my recollection, but that was like, 10 years ago. But he was really, really nice. Like I was like, I couldn't believe because his book Gaston with Kelly DePuccio
Yeah.
had come out. You know that book? I thought that book was just like so crazy. Like it was like the first time I like saw his work, and it was just so unique and weird. And you know what I mean? It's so like again minimal and like yeah. So I don't know. He's really sweet to talk to me while I was just like a dumb college
Wait.
illustration nerd.
Was
Yeah.
I'm
Yes. What?
yeah.
Because now I'm a
Back.
graduated illustration nerd.
My wife is listening upstairs. Maybe we should just bite the bullet and actually ask him at some point to be on here. He'll probably say no. Little old me. Um,
Yeah, you should. Well, I don't see why not. Again, it's like it's just exactly what you
yeah.
told your students. It's like, well, did you email them?
Yeah, no, I need to. I mean, I might be happily surprised. There's part of me that thinks like uh he's become so big and busy that's out of the or it's out of the realm or the that ship has sailed, but I should probably do it because he is like everything he does I think is genius. I don't think there's anything he's done where I'm like, nah, that's dumb. So
Yeah, I know. I agree.
uh,
Well, you know what you could do? This is a classic thing. Like you could always invite someone on who like knows him already and kind of suss it out.
yeah.
Like you know what I mean? Like you could have someone on who like you're like like a former collaborator or
Yeah.
something like that, and then you could suss out the vibes.
I've had Adam Rex on.
Oh yeah,
He wrote
dude.
first
Adam Rex is cool.
first day of or school's first day of school. So
Yeah,
I should just be like, hey, you know him, get him
yeah,
get him to call me. Have his people reach
yeah.
out to my people, which is my
Get
wife.
the Hoffmeister on the phone. Tell him the Hoffman wants to talk to
Yeah.
him.
Tell him this is his one and only chance. I'm trying to think. Like, I feel like a lot of the people I would love to meet are like musicians or like outside of Kidlit. That's a tough. I asked a tough question. Like, that's not an easy question to answer. Of who would you want to meet? Like, not necessarily the cry thing, but just who would you want to meet? Like all together. Did you have any like heroes when you were a little kid that like were, like this, like Michael Jordan, or I'm trying to think what the what's Ohio and Indiana known for? What's their what's the local hero?
I don't know. The thing is, like, you know, I met Globey of the mascot of the Harlem Globetrotters as a child, so that was pretty big. I don't
Huge.
know,
You asked me.
huge.
Huge. Yeah.
Um,
You got
I
a
like
parade in your town after that one.
exactly. I don't know. I really I don't know. I'd want to meet like Weird Al,
Ooh,
I guess. Like
that's a good
he
one.
seems cool.
That is a very, very good one. I like that.
Someone asked me if there's any like celebrity picture book I like to do, like, and my answer was like Weird Al or Steely Dan. Neither would probably do a picture book.
I can see Weird Al wanting to do a picture book at some point. I,
Yeah, but I'm always like they'd probably get someone good though, not me though.
hey, don't you do that.
But that is how I feel. I'm like, well, if Weird Al's gonna do a book, they'd probably do someone like, with a non-strange style.
I don't.
Someone
I bet
less weird.
Weird Al is going to want, if he did a book, he would do something that is more than weird right off the bat. Like he would, the weirder the better. And I think that that's well within range. You should write him. We should,
Exactly. Dear Al.
yeah, we should coax each other into writing these people that we would want.
Okay, you write a letter to Prince. I'll write a letter to Weird Al.
Dear Prince, if you ever get resurrected as a,
How are you?
how
Is
are
there Hope all is well. Dear Sir, Madam.
good callbacks. I'm liking it. The shoot, like there's singers that I would love to do a picture book with at some point
Ooh,
if I
that's
could get them.
interesting. I'm sure there are some who'd want to do some. Like who?
Well, like Dance Gab'n did one with Rhett Miller, and now I think
Yeah,
the
that's
second
cool.
one. So I think it was like poetry stuff, but like thinking back to the people who write sort of not necessarily silly, but I am a big Pavement fan. Uh,
Concrete and stuff like that.
yeah, like just the idea of like Stephen Malcolmus, or I'm trying to think of like other people that are known for doing um like I feel like not necessarily that I'm his biggest fan in the world, but I feel like Beck would
Mm.
probably do something really interesting or want to go a little strange or something like that. But um I'm trying to think of like the people. There's some folks that I'm just like they could write a book if they wanted to. They could really write a really interesting book. It's a matter of just someone needs to convince them. Um, is there you mentioned clearly the people that you could use would be your parents because they have ideas for books. Um, but is there anybody that you think like would make an amazing author at some point?
Oh man. I mean, I feel like there's just you know how as an illustrator you see a ton of other like young illustrators work and like illustrator friends of yours who just like for some reason aren't published. I have like a bunch of friends, so I'm like they could make an amazing like weird book or like you know what I mean? Like I have a friend named Nate Hillier who I think it could like make like a really cool book. Like again, these are just like illustration friends of mine. I'm like, man, they could make an awesome book.
Would they?
So I don't know. What about you?
Are they interested in kids' books?
Maybe not kids books, but like maybe like graphic novels or like older stuff or like comic books. I don't know. It's strange. Also, do you ever feel like because the industry is so random, like sometimes you're like, there's tons of young illustrators who are just gonna have like a really hard time breaking in, even though they probably have more like technical ability than I do, or like you know what I'm saying?
This is being a teacher. The amount of graduates that I've seen come out of school who have amazing skill and then struggle to
Yeah,
to
yeah.
find something, or vice versa. People who come out where I'm like, I don't know if they're gonna make it, and then all of a sudden they
They're like totally
skill.
good to go.
Yeah, well, it's not that like they can all make it. It's a matter of there's people where I'm like, I just don't know if they have the drive. or I don't
Yeah.
know if they, if their idea is palatable to a big audience, and then all of a sudden
Mm.
they like, hey, I got this gig, and I'm like, oh, cool, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, geez, good on them.
yeah,
Like it's
more
just so
power to
hard.
them. But there are a lot of students that I see that have all the greatest intention in the world, and this is hopefully they're not all listening right now, but have amazing skill and ability, and either life sets them back, or like, and this is the challenge of working in higher ed, is debt and all
Mm.
things that are sort of out of their control, eat away at their ability to succeed. And I wish that wasn't. I wish that was not something that was in the equation. Um, but at the same time, there's so many people that, if just given enough time and enough patience, and you know, spending enough time thinking about what they want to do and getting in front of the right people, if they can manage it, they could all do it. It's a matter of just like, can they put in the time? Or it's also and I don't know if this is the same thing for you, um, the it may not happen today, but give it a couple years, and all of a sudden, boom, it happens just because they've put in the time and patience. Did you?
Yeah. I mean,
How long did it take for you to feel like you've made it?
I still don't feel like I've made it. I really don't. Like, I know that sounds so crazy, but like, I feel like the older you get, the more you just like it's like that test that was done where it's like novices think they're better than pros
Mhm.
because the more skill you have, the more you like, the more knowledge you have, the more you question your abilities or
Yep.
whatever, because you just know too much. And that's kind of how I feel. I'm like, I still don't feel like I've made it, quote unquote. Like maybe I've made it now that I've gotten on Gab'n Doodle.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
you've,
but like,
you've
picture book wise or like authorship wise, like I don't, I still don't feel like I've like quote unquote, not like a household name. Everyone's like, I'm like, oh, I make picture books. They're like, oh, any I've heard of? And I'm like, no.
that's I yeah, same thing, where it's, well, where can I get your books? And like, well, like technically all stores, but they don't house them all. Uh,
Yes, exactly.
it's
Well,
not
it's like,
like you
could I
can
buy them
walk
at
in.
Barnes and Noble? And it's like, maybe, but not in.
Yeah,
You can't go in and find one.
they had it for about a week, and then they moved it out for some other bigger names. Um, do you what would equal success?
Uh, okay, this is gonna sound really, really bad, but I have like a monetary, like I'd love to be able to make X amount of money consistently
Yeah,
a year. You know what I
I don't think
mean?
it's not even and maybe I'll boil this down in a way that is more palatable, but it's not a to me, I understand the sentiment, and I would put it, it's not a certain amount of money, it's a certain amount of safety net.
It's just about
Yeah.
consistency. I'd love to feel like, again, this is just a harsh reality for a lot of you like wannabe picture book illustrators. Like the consistency, it's just like it's like feast or famine. It's always like there's either nothing going on or you're like way overburdened. It's never like this even stream of work.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd love to try to have that. I'd love to
Yeah.
try to have some kind of consistency, and that would feel like success to me, that I'm like continuously working on stuff, which you like, I guess I kind of am, but so
But
much of, do you do a lot of spec work still?
no, not really. I mean, I have the advantage of being the teacher side. Like, I actually have a
Hmm.
steady paycheck from that,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I don't have to worry.
Which probably helps a ton.
Yeah, and I mean, I still have the worry. Like, I got offered something the other day, but in reality, like, for the last few months, I've been like, okay, where's the next thing? Because the market has sort of shifted a little bit for a lot of people, myself included.
Yeah.
And so there's always this fear of like, where's the next thing? And I hate that it sort of has become that, or that, what I thought was once steady has now become a little bit more tumultuous as time goes on. I wish I had that, like what you're talking about, that like stability, or that consistency, because you would know how to plan your life better, or
Yeah, I think
you
that's
know,
what people don't realize is like I think as an illustrator, like you do a trade-off where it's like you get to do this fun job, but there's like absolutely no stability or consistency.
yeah,
And so it's tough because I love what I do. I feel like I'm good at what I do at this point. Not to toot my own horn, but uh I'd love to just
are
be
your parents still listening? They can do it for you. You can do it. Yeah.
exactly. I'd love to just be like, I'd love to have like some kind of comfort in knowing that like this job that I've been doing for so long is like gonna work out. It's nothing's a guarantee, but you
No,
know what
but
I mean. It's just the safety, like you said.
it is. I think that, and I don't want to like put words in people's mouth all the
Yeah,
time, but
yeah,
I do think there is a again, going back to the idea of like, oh, you have a book that's been published, and so you must be like raking it in, or you must be perfectly set for the rest of your life.
yeah,
This is not one of those industries, especially now, that has become one of those things where you like just you, you might be okay now, and 2 years down the line you might be going, oh God, I don't know
yeah,
what to do next. And
yeah, for sure.
I know that that's not all that different from what a lot of people out there experience in just their daily lives. Um,
Yeah,
but it's something wherein like there is this like, because of freelance, it's not even a freelance thing; it's a gig economy thing of just worrying about how you manage the next day and how you're
yeah.
going to.
How you gonna plan for the future?
Yeah. Um,
Scary.
you don't have kids, right?
No, which is like the only like people are like how are you doing is how you do it. Well, my wife has a great job and that's steady and we don't have kids.
Yeah. Uh,
That's how I've been successful as an illustrator so far.
I mean, they are a huge burden, and my son, my son is not listening right now, but yes, they are a huge burden. Um, it's one of those things where like I I know that uh, the the safety net and the like all the things that we're talking about, like the challenges of being in this industry, are uh, they sound taxing, they sound awful sometimes, they sound uh, uh, sort of threatening in ways of like just not knowing where the next job is and who's going to be your agent and what happens if your agent doesn't work out and blah
Yeah.
blah down the line. But I always go back to like I get to be like my son on a regular basis and be silly and goof around and play. I mean, like this, even though I don't particularly make money from these Gab'n Doodles, this is essentially part of my job. Point
Oh, for
is like
sure.
sitting down and drawing, in this case, a bear robot, high-fiving a kid with a bear. For whatever
Which looks
reason,
awesome, by the way.
for whatever reason, that's what it is tonight. And like I can mark this off as like, you know,
A job well
uh,
done.
tax write-offs. It's not like the materials. This is part of it. This is how I promote myself and others and whatnot. And so, like, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as I make it out to be. It's pretty glamorous, actually.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things where it is frustrating, but also it's like a total gift
Yeah.
and it's like a joy, and you're so lucky to be doing this thing, which also kind of makes it frustrating whenever it's so hard.
Mhm.
You're like, I should just be super
Yeah.
grateful.
Yeah. Oh man, boy, do my like my back hurt because I got to sit down all day. And
Yeah.
like, or my eyes are really tired because I had to look at a screen that also had a movie playing on in the background while I worked. Those kind of. We should have uh, uh, there should be like some hashtag that
Yeah.
goes out there that like what a bummer my job is, or people put down the thing that's actually like wonderful. Um, my wife, I forget what got us into this conversation the other night. We should have been asleep, and like I don't know if you have the same thing with your wife, where
Oh
like
yeah.
you get on a silly topic and then all of a sudden you're just rambling.
Just like awake.
And
Yeah.
we got on the topic of mild accomplishments, which are like the way I was defining it is things that like are not impressive but are kind of impressive at the same time. Like, I'm trying to think of like a great example. I'm trying to think of the ones that I had. Oh shoot! Like walking out the door without any dog fur on you when you have a dog. Like you're not like not really gonna wow a lot of people, but if you have a dog, you're kind of like, that's pretty impressive. And so
Yeah,
like
it's pretty good.
mild accomplishments, and I feel like there's some mild accomplishments to being in this kidlit world that
For sure. It's just like we were talking about success. It's like you really have to define it for yourself because so much stuff is like a double-edged sword. It's like, well, great, you have a TV show. Yeah, but no one can watch it. Like, and I wasn't, you know what I mean?
yeah. Is there have family members been able to see it? I guess if they have the VPN, they can all go.
Yeah,
But
I've shown them like an episode or two, but no one wants to sit down and watch 52 episodes of your child's TV show at one time.
I don't know if they really love you. If they want to get another
If they want to get the dedication.
I like how somehow that's your parents have turned into during this conversation like just absolutely groveling for dedications. Uh,
Yeah,
that's
but they love it. They love it.
um, have you when you're actually working on the book, um, is there a stage of the process that like is the most taxing but the most rewarding for you? In the sense of like, obviously
I
like
guess
when you get the book.
taxing but rewarding, I'd say it's just turning it in. Like finishing is so taxing, but then just like knowing that it's done and good and like you've done all the edits and revisions and like it's done is so satisfying.
Um, is there when you get the book? Because I have this horrible problem. When I get the book, the first thing I do is I look for all the mistakes.
See, it's funny because I've made peace with it at that point. Like I know if it's going out the door, I feel like I'm a guy who will really be like, all right, thank you for the proof. Now these are my changes. I can't wait to see the digital proof.
Yeah.
Like I really want to see it before it goes to print. So by the time it's off to print, I'm like, there's no mistakes here, and I won't let myself see them.
Yeah. You sort of.
I'm like, I've made peace with it.
I guess I'm just one of those like. I've had too many accidents in the past of things that have slipped through the cracks. One of the books I worked on that I was telling the kids last night about was a dinosaur book, and I hid a character in all the spreads, which is like fun thing for a kid to look and try to find in the book. But then on one of the pages, I forgot to draw the eyes on the dinosaur that's hidden. And like most people, it's this little hidden thing. They probably won't care. It's probably not that big of a deal. But to me, the fact that the one thing that I want them to hunt down is missing eyeballs is like the most frustrating thing in the world. So now I'm like paranoid that every book that I work on is going to have that same issue or an issue that's, adjacent to on a regular basis. And so I'm like always looking for the like worst case scenario. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out this setup on this. This is a weird image. I don't know why. I mean, I know why because we talked about bears and dinosaurs, or not robots rather, but it's a weird combination of stuff going on here.
I've gone through like 5 or 6 good sketchbook pages, and now I'm getting to the point where they're getting just wonky. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
That's when the magic happens. That's when you
we'll see.
Sit back and say, wow, something special is going to happen tonight. Are you someone like have you found mistakes in books? Even if you're not looking for them, have you found them?
My own?
Yeah. And other people's?
I mean, maybe like extremely, extremely minor stuff, but it's some stuff, like, again, I've just really tried to make my peace with it. Yeah. Like, it's like one of those things I've learned about myself where it's just like, I just got to let it go. And it's funny because you work so hard on the books. Let me know if this is the same for you. I work so hard on making the books. You spend more time looking at the books than anyone else ever will. You know what I mean? Like you spent like months and months
Yeah.
and months working on it, poring over every detail. And then I probably look through it once and just be like, oh, okay, good. And then I just put them all on the shelf. And I hardly ever crack them open ever again.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think, the times where I do crack it open, it's like at readings. But I have no interest in really going back to them, and I don't know if you have the same thing as well, but like they feel dated to me at that point.
Yeah, because again, you're always working on something that's coming
Yeah.
out in 2 years.
Yep.
So you're like, I've already learned so much as an artist that like you're like, yeah, I
But
could just do something else.
yeah, by the time, and like the equivalent of and people always ask me about this, and it's funny because it's a lot of people don't know this, but like the style that I work in now on these Gab'n Doodles, I have not done this in a book yet.
Interesting.
It's
You should.
No, I'm going to. That's the plan. We got to get the book deal first. But I all the books that I've worked on, like I'm working on a book right now, but it's on an old aesthetic, or I'm doing collage stuff now. What I was doing then was paint, and it was similar in a way. Like I think about it the same way, but because it's a series, I have to match the old style. And so I've done books that have been since I started working with collage, but I just haven't had the opportunity to like really dive into a collage book yet. And so when I look back at a lot of the books I work on, I'm like, oh, that's the old style. And
Interesting.
Are
you working on, what are you working on now?
I'm working on there's the Penny series. I don't know if you know the Penny series that I worked on.
Yeah. So, the new credit card one's coming out, right?
Credit card's coming out on Tuesday.
Oh, congrats, man.
Thank you. And then there's a follow-up that's about a piggy bank. And so I'm
Oh my gosh, so you got to do four
of them in that series. And
that's incredible.
Supposedly there might be more. We will find out.
Bro, that's huge.
Yeah, no, it's great. I love the fact that I get to work on it, but it's interesting because like aesthetically it's a different vibe than what I'm working on a regular basis with my work now. So it's I have to almost like relearn a process.
For sure.
It's also taking me a lot longer on this book. Partially because I think that like the book has evolved. The first book was relatively like new and interesting. The second book I was like, oh, I got to learn how to do this. The third book was more of a like, I know what I'm doing. How do I amp it up? And now this fourth book is like, okay, how do I amp it up even more? And so there's like a weird challenge that goes along with it, but it will end up being okay in the end. I'll get there. It's just it's a learning curve. I mean, I imagine that you have the same sort of setup with your like any of the books, like the not the Easter Bunny or not Santa, like having to sort of relearn because it's a different vibe.
Yeah, I think that's something that people don't understand is that like it feels like every time I do my job, I forget how to do my job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like each book is, even if it's in the same series, is totally different.
Yep.
And it's really hard to just start over and figure it out from the start.
Do you find that the books that you work on that are sort of having to relearn, do you feel like they're disjointed in any way? And
I mean, I feel like you just have to figure it out. Like I mean, you sound a lot like me. It's like you're kind of like almost a perfectionist and like, looking for mistakes and stuff like that. So it's like just something you have to relearn every time.
I'm looking here. Someone says, I find it very hard to redraw the story I wrote before. Sometimes when I had it done in one go, I could never go back to doing the same like it was, or like what you said was sort of the old self.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like it's hard to, like, in my mind, and I don't know if this makes complete sense to everybody, but I feel like I've learned enough along the way that I don't want it to feel like regression of any sort.
You always want to feel like you're doing better.
And so how do you manage making something old exciting and inventive without damaging the sort of heritage or the the structure of what you had done before. Like, it's got to feel like it's part of the family, but it's also got to feel like it's a little bit of a weird cousin that showed up. Um, it's there's weird challenges that go with, and like my initial thought when I started working in Kidlit was like, oh, if you can get a series, well then that's great because you just have to redraw the same thing over and over, and you don't have to think. And I feel like it's almost more
Yeah.
challenging to me because I don't
You
get
gotta
to
match
play.
it
Yeah.
perfectly.
Oh yeah.
And you always forget, like, wait, what saturation did I
Oh.
have this thing in Photoshop? And then you can't find it. And then you gotta, like, figure out how to make it again and, like, make it match perfect. And
It's
when I was doing those Randy books, it was like, how did I do this color?
yeah.
Like, it's like I know the crayons that I used, but then I did something in Photoshop to make them look better. And I don't, I flattened all the layers. I can't remember.
I have the same problem of like I know what color paints I used, but trying to mix them is
Mm,
and actually if you look at the series, don't do this, but if you go look at the series, like the color,
don't do it.
yeah, the color of some of the characters, like there's 4 coins, 3 of
Mm,
them are silver. And I don't want to
yeah.
just, and they have to be next to each other, so I can't just do the same silver next to each other. So one's slightly more like gray, one's a little bit more blue, one's a little bit more like light, like robin's egg or whatever. And like trying to get that exact every time is an absolute nightmare. And then you make decisions. I don't know if it's the same, again, the same ballpark, but I made decisions in the first book that I should not have made.
Or wouldn't make now.
Yeah, I wouldn't make now, and now I have to stick to them. Like the $1 bill is a nightmare to paint. I hate having to paint the $1 bill, but you have to do it sometimes. And then she knows this, I think, the author Kim Wilson. The first book comes out, and I'm like, I finished it, but I didn't like drawing the $1 bill. And then I get a contract going, hey, we got another book in the series. Guess what?
It's about the $1
It's
bill.
a $1 bill, and it's like no. Um, but then when I got to the third book, it's like, how can I hide the $1 bill so I don't have to paint it as much?
You just
And
do
so it's like
half of it.
Yeah, it's there's ways to like hide it in there if I can get to it. Um, are there things? What's the hardest thing for you to draw?
Man, I don't know. I thought I was bad at drawing bears, but pretty satisfied with my bear drawings this evening.
They looks good.
I guess I don't know what I'm drawing now. It's like I'm inventing my own insane person cryptographs. But I think the hardest thing to draw is like older characters. Like
Meaning
like even like kids, but kids that are supposed to be in like middle school. You know what I mean? Like because when I draw a character, it's usually like this is the head, this is
yep.
the body,
Yeah.
and here we have some feet, and it's of course, we have a hand, another hand, and a little, this is a little guy. Whoop.
I've said on here that I have the problem with adults because I'm so used to drawing kids that like the proportions feel odd.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, this is probably a little blue for this, but when you draw women versus girls, like how curvaceous do you make them?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Like I want to make something that's like
You want to make something that's like true to life, but also it's like that's another thing. I'm like so bad at drawing like any kind of like female character. Like I really had to like learn how to like the hair is just so much more like complicated. Like there's just so much like I don't know everything. Even just like how do you show that it's female-ish character without putting like a giant bow on their head or like.
But you know that, and I've said this to folks on here too before. I theorize, and I think it's a pretty solid theory, that the reason why potentially you and I have a hard time drawing girl characters or women is because we've studied ourselves in the mirror enough and drawn our face, whether we want to or not. We've drawn our face.
Yeah.
And I hear all the time from some female presenting students that they can't draw males.
Yeah, I think it's just like one of those things where it's this is how I look. So, and by that I mean a circle.
Yeah. It's the like I always struggle with the jawline and
Yeah.
how to make that like does it need to be more rounded and just I mean obviously like I know I'm not going to do like a square rugged jaw, but when I see people that draw like female characters, I always have a hard time understanding sort of the it's a proportion thing. There's all sorts of odds and ends that go into it. Is there a thing that's the like, you know, the most classic fun
I
uh
mean,
given
classic,
choice?
like whenever I'm drawing in kids like books, like I can crank out a pretty solid robot in like 3 seconds that I'm like pretty proud of. Because like, you've done all like the little reflective bits so many times, you know where everything goes. Robot in a bow tie, man, cake on any day.
Yeah.
It's just like second nature. Like that's my favorite thing. Just to like if I'm just doing nothing, or like like I used to draw these like never-ending staircases, like
Yeah.
Escher style. Just draw a bunch of like weird like little twisting staircases that go off into nowhere. You can draw them curving around here, and then
I'm trying to
I
figure
don't
out
know.
like yeah, what hair I give this character. Originally, here's my okay, so here. My original design for this character, I don't know if you can see the screen here. Like I'm trying to figure
Great.
out how to like make this into a character and all of a sudden I'm realizing like do I need to give long hair and does that become a girl? Is that okay?
You know what's so funny? I think your sketch really reads as a female character. I couldn't tell you what it is about it.
A tomboy.
Yeah, but it looks good.
Yeah, but it's tomboy to me, tomboy-esque. But it's like
Yeah, I don't.
I wanted to do like stringy hair, but I haven't done any stringiness in this whole thing, and so I feel like it's like if I start doing like maybe I can do it and then I can erase it, and if it doesn't work, but like I like that idea of like maybe I do need to do stringy hair.
Give it a try,
Yeah,
dude. Give it a
I
try.
just like that idea of like the there's something a little awkward and wrong about a character that has like this weird stringy hair to me. Like they just don't feel like they're all there in the head,
I
and so like the
like it though.
the better. Um, are there things like when we jump into the word style and jump into sort of like your aesthetic? Are there things that you um, try to hold on to that you think are quintessentially you?
Well, there's things that I don't like to draw like on principle, like noses. I'm not a nose person. Like I don't think any of my characters have noses, and I think that even in this new graphic novel, I made a big step by having like a little, I don't know, what are they called? Like Cupid's
Oh
bow.
yeah,
Like it's just like the
yeah.
the 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 lightest little shade impression of a nose, and I felt like that was big steps for me.
So why don't you like to draw like what is it about the nose that's the it's not is it like you think noses are gross and you
No,
don't want to draw?
no. Nose. I I just think like there's certain things that I think just make a quintessential Trenton drawing, and those things are eyes pushed very close together,
Okay.
no nose, and kind of a CalArts jelly bean mouth. Like that's kind of like the basic, and also you can give them some old
Wait,
school like Mickey
you
Mouse,
mean CalArts jelly bean like this sort of like
like this, like a mouth that's just this.
I don't know if I've ever heard it referred to as a CalArts.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a lot of like, it's kind of, I mean, they have very squishy characters, or like there's like a group of Cartoon Network, shows that came
Yeah.
out, and they all have very like Amazing World of
Yeah.
Gumball, Steven Universe. They all kind of like look like this.
Yeah.
They all kind of have like, I mean, that's an awful drawing,
Is that I just
and
never knew that that was sort of a like or that was
I think
like I know the
think it's
mouth, but
maybe a.
I didn't realize that it sort of stemmed from or is in any way related to CalArts, but it makes sense.
I think that might be a derogatory thing. that
Okay.
I've
Yeah.
said, but I do think it's true.
No, I get it. There is an aesthetic that came out of LA and that sort of California animation scene, especially, early 2000s and into like the 2010s, that really sort of pulled from that mouth. And it started with like even the equivalent of uh SpongeBob, and then
Yeah,
um
Adventure
yep,
Time, Flapjack,
yep. And
Chowder.
they were all kind of related anyways. Like it was, they all worked on the same shows essentially. So
Yeah,
that
of course.
that makes
So it's like
sense.
there's, there's obviously going to be some style.
Is there is there any shows right now that you're now it doesn't have to be kid related or animated or any sort, but are there any shows that you're like watching on the regular?
Honestly, we like I don't think I've ever watched Parks and Recreation all the way through. So we're doing a complete Parks and Rec
Mm,
rewatch, which I've been greatly enjoying.
that's a
Uh,
that's a how many seasons of that were there?
I think there's 6 or 7.
Okay. That's a
And
that's a deep, like you have to go a long ways for that one to get
yeah,
to the end.
yeah, but it's been nice because like they're like I like good sitcom-y 30 minutes, you
Yeah,
know,
snippets.
it's satisfying, like a good nice circular narrative. Like I feel like story-wise it's pretty satisfying. So, I've been loving it.
My wife and I are going through Star Trek: The Next Generation,
Oh,
but they're
cool.
hour long shows. So
Mm.
we're on season 5, I think now, but we've been doing it for a long, long time.
How many seasons are there?
7.
Wow.
But I mean, we've probably seen them all before, but we've just never seen them all in order. But it's going to take time to get through those. And I look at it and go like, oh man, this is. I wish these were half hours sometimes, because some of the episodes are rough. Uh, they're wonderful, but they're wonderful because they're like campy, not necessarily wonderful because they're well written. And so you can struggle through some of them. Let's put it that way. um, are there shows or things that, like, media that you take in that you think are somehow beneficial to you as a kidlit person? I mean, I know the tax write-off side of things, where you can write off all this stuff, but I'm wondering, are there things that you think, like, if you're really into good storytelling, this is what you need to watch? Or
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily good. Like I think watching a 30-minute sitcom like Parks and Rec or Abbott Elementary or like there's a lot of so many good cartoons like that kind of slip my mind at this current moment
yeah.
that I'm gonna remember like when I'm trying to go to bed tonight. But just, like Amphibia or like The Owl House or like Gravity Falls or like like these kind of things like where it's just really fun, good characters, good story, and like that's how I learned to write a graphic novel is by watching 30-minute sitcoms because then you're like, all right, so they're gonna plant this A
Yeah.
plot here,
Yeah.
this B plot here. Everything has like a good economy in 30-minute sitcoms. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
so like if Andy Dwyer says something here, he's gonna reference it mid episode and then it's gonna pay off at the end. And it's like I feel like that's like really good for like writing and figuring out how to write picture books because it's essentially the same thing. You're writing on a really small scale. You have a certain, limit and you have a certain page count and you can kind of use that to your advantage.
I tried to reference, and you would know the reference, I'm pretty sure at this point, but I tried to reference Seinfeld to the students today, I think. And of course, or maybe it was the other day. I said, because I was talking about how stories come together in the end. I can have all these like A, B, C, D plots, and they come together and form, the plot E, or the sort of climax of the story. And I mentioned that, and students, and I don't know what this meant, but one of the students just goes, "That figures that you would mention that." And I don't know if it was like a slight. I don't know if they were were trying to say like I'm an old man. I don't know what any of that meant, but they threw that out, and then I was like, I don't know if I'm offended. I didn't know any of it. But it was like, I don't know. They of course they pulled out some like, you know what that's like is like this anime does that, and I'm like, okay, but for my generation that was Seinfeld. Uh, um, I I'm still like trying to still figure out how to tell a good story. And I mean, I know like some of the story beat things, and I can get the good sense of a story down, but like it takes a long time to learn how to write and become an amazing. Uh, I just looked at the comments and saw my wife says, "You don't you dare disparage Star Trek." I'm not disparaging Star Trek. It's a wonderful show, but it's not always the most. It's not going to win any. Or I don't know. Maybe it did win Emmys, but it may not be the highest quality thing that's out there. Help me out real quick here. I need to draw some sort of like. I want to do some sort of like gestural, just line work background behind these guys, and I don't know what to do. And I'm trying to figure out like should it be toys and things?
Oh, interesting. You know, that's actually really cool. I was my go-to is usually checkered tile. Like if I can't think of a background, I like to do like a light wallpaper or like a light pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And usually I just throw like a good, you know, like some checkered square tile work behind behind stuff.
I could do the floor. I feel like it needs some other like little accoutrement down on the floor here, but I'm trying to figure out what it should be.
It won 18 Emmys, by the way.
What?
It won 18 Emmys. Your wife has.
Star Trek one. Well, okay, yeah, but did they win them for writing? Is the question. They might have won for like costumes or well, probably not that either, but for lighting, something like that. Um, anyway, yeah, I need to figure out what I want to do on the base of this. We got about 40 minutes before it's gonna kick. Outstanding drama series. Ooh, she just wants to fight right now.
She just knows what's up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think you should think about the story that you're telling here. Like, is the person is the character, did they put the bear in the robot to make a real bear? Like, what else would be like on the floor? Would there be like tools? Like, did they make the robot?
Good point. Good point. Tools. That's it. Because I wanted it to be the bear has some stuffing coming out, and so
like, so maybe some like fluff.
He's the old like, bear that's been refurbished.
Yeah, maybe like I mean, this is kind of morbid, but maybe there's a bear body from the old bear and like some tools and stuff.
I should draw a little skeleton, a bear skeleton in this like this part.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I was gonna like put words in there that said something like, you know, great job, but like in a I'll do tools. I like the idea of tools at the bottom because that's easy to sort of cut out at this point. I'm gonna
answer Tom's question if that's okay.
Go for it. I was gonna say,
what up, Tom?
Question, so.
Yeah, he said I love the recent ceramic work. Has that had any unexpected effects on your children's book work, or it's a different part of the brain? That's a great question. Again, showing off my mug, which I'm very proud of.
Booth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually started working on ceramics because I needed something to get me out of looking at a screen and working on picture books. Like, I just needed a hobby because I was like too emotionally invested in my work, and I would take like things super personally. You know what I mean? You ever been there?
Yeah.
So I just needed something to do that wasn't illustration. And so it's been a great like way to get back to like making stuff with my hands and doing art for fun, because I think, as you know, or maybe Tom, or I don't know if anyone feels like this, I'm sure someone does, but like after you start doing art for your job, it becomes a job. It's like kind of like a trade-off. Like, you don't get to do that fun thing that's super relaxing whenever there's like pressure and money and your livelihood behind it. So yeah, I think to answer the question, I think that it's maybe more therapeutic than anything. I think the effect has been just like calming me down, leaving me a little more open to like possibilities or like being less attached to ideas, which just kind of comes with ceramics anyway. You know, it's kind of fickle. You can make something and then it can blow up in the kiln, or you know, you try a glaze and then it all, you know, turns to a pile of mush. So you can't be too attached to things. And I think I'm kind of approaching children's books that way now. You know, I'm finding like a kernel of an idea I'm super excited about,
Yeah.
and then kind of letting everything else be a little more loosey goosey than before.
I one of the I forget who it was that I had on here at one point, but I was mentioning to them they were getting the ceramics, and I was like, one of these days I'm gonna open up a picture book and the whole thing's gonna be ceramics. Like,
I I have an idea about a picture book. Like, you know how there's a difference between having a picture book like idea and writing a picture book?
yeah,
Like you can have a great idea, but that doesn't mean you can write something that makes sense.
yeah, I have a lot of those.
Exactly. So I have an idea over here
Yeah,
that about a picture book that includes and is about like ceramics, and I have like some like images, you know, I have some, you know, like loose narrative structure or whatever, but like I don't know if it would actually make a good book, which is also frustrating,
There's,
as you probably know.
I think there. I have said many times before to myself, especially, that I am a good thinker. I am not a good maker, and so like I make illustrations, I do these things and whatnot, but in reality, I think I am better at coming up with an idea than I am actually the follow through.
Oh, 100%.
That is just
100%
who I
idea
am as a
man.
person. And so like you give me a plot like or like a thing you want a story about, and I can come up with a fun story idea, but to actually sit down and type the whole thing out,
Yeah, to make it actually good.
yeah, not in my standard wheelhouse of any sort. Um, And so I used to give this challenge. I forget when I mentioned this before, but I used to give this challenge when I was in grad school. Of I'd be driving home, and I had a pretty hefty drive. It was like an hour and a half to get home from grad school, um, just because it was, whatever, the commute. Um, and I would prompt myself in the car, like, you got to write and add a commercial for this product, and what would you do? And so I'd sit there and come up with ideas of different products and things that I could make a story about, or a commercial or whatever. Not that I wanted to be a person making commercials, but it was just that was an easy thing to think of in the car. And I
Yeah,
used to come
rack
up
your
with,
brain.
yeah, and it was just a challenge. And so like I remember one was about a new beard trimmer that, to showcase how great it was, gets out and goes on a ride. Like it's a bad one that somehow takes off on its own and starts shaving everything
Mm.
in the world, and it cuts through like sheep and shaves sheep, and then cuts some guy's hair, and then cuts the grass, and it's just because it's too like chaotic, and it's a wild one, and then like this one's more consistent, and like I just remember doing that all the time and never turned
But
into anything.
by the way, that would make a phenomenal book, like a razor on the
Actually,
loose.
it probably there's probably actually that's worth. No one used that. That's mine.
No
This is
one use it.
yeah,
No, but like I think the illustrations could be super funny.
yeah.
Like because again, you could just go through the whole book and there could just be a straight line
Mm-hmm.
like on every single
Yeah.
page that's like a lawn sheared, a sheep sheared, like
Just
everything is just
the
a
top of a
beard
crate
right
been
down the
taken
middle.
off, or like rogue scissors that have gone through and the book gets cut up. The pages
Mm.
get changed as it goes along because the scissors have gone crazy. Um,
I mean, that's good too. I love the idea of like a spread with like people at different height barber chairs, and the razor has gone through one straight
they're
line, and
all
they all have different
yeah.
hair and beard
There's
cuts.
an amazing gallery show that was back in like the 90s, I think, or the 80s, wherein it was a performance piece sort of thing, wherein the you walk into the gallery and you take off your shoes and you put on these like shoes they have, special shoes. And the whole idea of the show was to bring everybody to the same eye height. And so
Mm.
height you are. You can find photos of it out there. Depending on what height you are, you would have different height shoes. And so as you walk through the gallery and talk to people, you're at the same eye height as them. It's that same sort of like, yeah, the leveling out of everybody is a fun sort of play and something like that. I might delve a little into the idea of some rogue something like that. No one gets to use it. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Are there, when you said, I think at one point you mentioned just that, ideas and things that you have on the shelves and whatnot. So obviously you have a bunch of odds and ends that have sort of taken up brain space or what have you. How do you just write everything down and hope for, like get back to it at one point? Or is there a method that you use to keep those sort of fresh?
I have a giant list. I truthfully have a huge list that just says book ideas, and it's usually just like titles or summaries. And I have like I'm a pretty like religious Todoist user. It's just like a daily checklist that I have like digitally
That's
that I
called
keep track of Todoist,
Huh.
Todoist. So it's just like a digital checklist that it's just like I can set things and priorities of things, and I use it like every single day to keep track because I've pretty all over the place as an illustrator and like trying to keep up with life and social stuff. And so I have every time I need to like do like a new draft, I put it in there. But yeah, just a huge huge list of ideas that I eventually get to return to. Like I'm working on a draft of something right now that I'm almost done with. Then when I'm done, I think I know what I'm going to write next, and it's from my long list. What about yourself?
I have random notes in my email.
Random notes in your email.
It is literally like something wherein I mentioned this I think on the last show or whatever, like just a thing that says like Bubblegum learns to dance. I'm just making this up off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
Bubblegum learns to dance, and I don't know what it means. I don't know why I wrote it. I know that it was an idea at one point, but most of the time it's me in the car, and I gotta do that like voice memo thing, and so it always screws up. So I just like keep it short, but then I'm stuck with these weird, random, like nonsense terms that are a lot of times it's just like a title idea.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
For sure.
Bubblegum learns to dance. Great. What does that mean? How is there a story there? I don't remember of any sort. And it just sort of, that's what it is. And that's most of the time, that's how they end up staying, is something like that.
I feel like it's almost like a fever dream where like you're like I keep my phone by my bed and I have the digital to-do list so I can like whenever I'm thinking of an idea like right before I go to bed or whatever, I can just jot it down. Sometimes I'm like I have the best idea and then I wake up and it's like ray gun gun ray gun gun.
Yeah.
And you're like, what does that even mean? It was so profound just a few hours ago.
Like ray gun ray. It's there's some of the times, actually one of the times I'm best at coming up with ideas is the middle of the night, where it's I wake up and I'm like, oh, I got to write this thing down now, or
you're gonna lose it forever.
Yeah, or I plan out the entirety of a book while I'm laying there, and then I pass out halfway through and then wake up and go, oh, I don't remember what it was about. And like it's always problematic things like that show up. What is up with this marker? I'm trying to get a paint marker here, but it's gross. So I did put a saw, which doesn't make any sense for a robot.
I like it.
And then a screwdriver, and I'm going to put some screws and then some other little like hints of toys.
No, I think that's great.
That's enough. It's enough for it to
Plenty.
work. Yeah. It doesn't need. It doesn't have to sell the whole cow or whatever that phrase is. Where are we? I want to make sure time wise that I'm not like risking running out of time on it, but I think we're good. How often do you get in the studio?
You know, that's so, man, that's so random. The thing is, someone asked me the other day, I was like, oh, it's so hard to be as an illustrator because I feel like actually like illustrating is only like 20% of my
Yep.
job. I'm like, what are you doing the rest of the time? Shouldn't you just be sitting there 100% of the time writing picture books and drawing picture books? And the answer is yes, but then there's like so much, like office
Yeah.
work or like, you know what I mean? Like behind the scenes stuff. So the answer is it's so mixed. It's not like a day or a week. It's like I'll be working on like, the Santa book took me like 3 months of work. And then it's like after that it's like there's like nothing. And you're trying to like pitch stuff. But it is technically my full-time job. So technically I should be doing something every day.
Is there like uh obviously like stuff just gets in the way, but do you have a set time that you prefer? Like, are
I
you a
try
morning or night person?
I see. I try to set typical office hours. I try to come in the morning, like have some breakfast, like look at my to-do list, and get some stuff done.
Yeah.
Like that's the goal. What about yourself?
I'm a night person. I'm
I see that. What time zone are you on?
east.
Yeah, so it's also 11:34 for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. No, I end up staying up too late. My wife, the pandemic did us in, and now we,
hmm with normal
yeah, we
hours.
stay up way too late. And like I like today, I got up at 5:30.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I had to get into school. And my son's, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is the worst part of having a kid right here. When they hit middle school, instead of going into school at 9 in the morning, now they have to be in at 7:30, which means I have to get up at 5:30 every day to get my
That's
son
rough.
out to the bus, which is an absolute pain. And so I get up early, but tomorrow's a crash day. Tomorrow's a day where I have a little bit of time to like take a nap or something of the sort, if I can. And so this is the Thursday nights during the school year. This is why I can talk so long. Honestly, is because I sort of I get extra energy when I'm tired, and so
Fascinating.
I can go for hours here if need be. Um, but yeah, it's a not a lovely schedule, and I need to fix it. But that's probably not going to happen anytime soon.
You talked about this briefly, and I wanted to get back with it. I think the conversation's just been like, flowing here and there so naturally. Um, you talked a long
Talk
time
politics.
ago. What?
Let's go back to politics. Yeah. Uh,
No, 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 no. I was gonna say you talked briefly about like how, you thought the industry worked, one way, but it's been changing, like, it's been kind of shifting and changing
yeah.
recently. Um, I feel like the same. I'm glad it's always good to like do these kind of things with other illustrators and stuff and authors because sometimes you feel it's like just you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I feel like the entire picture book industry has been different after COVID. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I think pre-COVID, I was doing multiple books at all times. Now
Yes.
it's slowed down, and I'm not saying that like, it's there are books and things of the sort, but I think that there's a lot of things that are holdovers from the pandemic that has changed things, and I also think that it's changed the industry in ways that like, I mean, you must know about the like paid on publication,
Oh yeah, yeah, baby.
like those kind of things. Like to me, those are kind of a result of the pandemic. And you
Yeah, for
know,
sure.
publishers are worried about what's gonna sell and what's gonna be blah 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 down the line, and so you end up with stuff like that, which is really frustrating. But in some sense, I can understand that, and I'm not trying to defend in any way, but that publishing houses have to stay afloat too, and so like they have to make decisions. They may not be decisions that we like at all times, but I feel like some of those decisions were made for them because of the pandemic. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just like they financially they weren't getting as many books in, or they were worried about what's gonna be on the shelves at any given time because of paper shortages. And there's so many things that were out of control that we're sort of reaping the undeserved benefits from now, post-pandemic, that I wish we weren't. And so,
Yeah, 100%. And I also feel like publishers, again, I feel like you don't know you didn't know you were living in the good times when you were living in them type thing, where it's like I feel like publishers now are also like being super conservative with how much they're bringing on.
yep, yep.
Like I feel like, again, like I said, like, or like you just said, sorry, I feel like, yeah, pre like I just
Yeah.
said,
It was a
no,
really good point
pre-pandemic.
of, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Really good point I just made. As you can see, I do not stay up this late usually, but I'm having a great time, and it's been such a pleasure
Good.
to talk. But yeah, like, yeah, I'm doing multiple books and like, just serieses and things like that. We're just more like easily available to get contracts like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I everybody that I've talked to that was doing lots of books beforehand have all said it's slowed down. And
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think that at some point it will speed back up. I mean,
I hope so.
what I have heard, and I've said this many times, and I think that it is accurate. This is what I've heard from folks is that, but it's also getting to a point where this may not be so accurate anymore. That when the pandemic hit, there was lots of books that were bought, right? So publishers started out like, or let's say the pandemic hits, they all go, oh God, books are done. No one's going out to stores. They're not going to buy them anymore. And so there was a
Hmm.
slowdown that automatically like stunted things. And then they said, oh, wait, pandemic will eventually recover, or the will recover, and they'll need books. So they start buying a bunch of books, knowing that stuff's going to like, bounce back eventually. But then the um, the supply chain screwed them over because paper and books were sitting in boats off the shore and couldn't get in a timely manner because they're coming from overseas or what have you. And that in turn slowed things down uh, for them being able to finish the books they had on their plate. Like the equivalent of getting them in the stores, they had to wait because there were other things they had to get out first. And everything started to sort of
Pile up.
exponentially sort of grow, and now we're sort of waiting for that to work its way out of the system, and so they're slowing down how many they're buying so they can get back on a regular track. Now, this is what I've heard from people, and I think is probably not too far off, but
Yeah,
I
but also it's lasted a long
I know
time, huh?
that's the thing. It's the further it gets away from that, the further I go, I don't know if that's so true anymore. But
Yeah.
I hope that that is the case, because that means there is an end in sight at some point. Like it's going to come back. But I also know that like when did you start in books?
2016, 2018,
Okay,
that kind of thing.
yeah. So I started in 2015. I remember people saying it's like the second golden age of children's books. Of
Oh, I would agree with that then. Like, especially, again, it's like you didn't know you were in the great times
Yeah,
yet, you know?
it was one of those things where it just people were getting book deals, and there was less worry about sort of uh like, is there longevity, because stuff was just happening. And now maybe we're out of that officially, and maybe that's really what it is, and just like at some point maybe it will spring forth into something else. But um it is one of those things where it's like, yeah, I wonder where the next contract is coming from, or I wonder like the longevity, which is kind of sucky because when we started it was, it was the heyday. And
Yeah. Again, really glad, again, really great to talk to people. I feel very bad for people coming out of school and just starting out because it's a rough time to start.
yeah, yeah. But here's my catch to that is there are so many other opportunities now that we didn't have pre-pandemic, of
That's true.
things that like industries that have grown. And so like, yeah, social media, maybe you don't love social media, but there are a lot more opportunities to be seen
E-
now on social media.
Exactly.
Now maybe you're fighting a larger crowd. That is a different argument. But there's so many more print on demand places, so you can like make stickers and do things because everybody was trying to like build industry that wasn't traditional publishing or traditional, image making. And so there's other opportunities, but I don't know as it's not going to be the same.
For sure.
I think that's a given at this point, that it's going to be a different industry that kids are walking out into versus what it was when we first started. Trying to figure out if there's anything else I want to add. Like, I'm trying to add some like little odds and ends.
Yeah, that looks great
in this space. Thank you. I keep looking up and I see like you have done so many drawings, and every time I look up, I feel like it's a different thing. And then
I know.
I look down and I'm like, oh, there's something else. Oh, there's do you think you will post this, like some of the drawings and things, later?
Sure, I'm gonna write myself a note on my to-do list.
Call back.
Exactly. Call back. I will definitely pick some drawing selects.
Because I would love to be able to see these, like, and it's the same thing, like you can see this, but you can't really see the detail until it's scanned and put up and whatnot. But I would love to see all the stuff that you're doing in a much more sort of like high res version, but I know that doesn't happen now.
Yeah, I'll do some. I'm actually, again, not to toot my own horn, but thank you for having me and making me do this, because I don't usually sit down and do this. So I'm pretty proud of some pretty cool robots here.
Good.
It's pretty good bears. Again, really, I don't know why. It's hard to make time to just sit down and do nothing,
Wait, what's the robot that's in the upper right corner there a second ago on the page before? There's a delay, so give me 1 second. It's as you flip back there. There's a one that's in the upper right corner. What is coming out of the top of it?
I don't know. Maybe a hair. Maybe like
the one that says robots, like right underneath it.
Yeah, maybe this is its hair.
At first, I thought it was like a worm robot. When I saw it, and I was like, "That's amazing!" Like a robot, and maybe that's probably been done before. But the idea of like a worm in a spacesuit or a robot outfit is really funny to me for some reason.
I'll write down robot worm to remember.
There's something there.
Something there.
That's like the either TV like writer's room or the children's book like pitch thing where there's something there. You got something there.
Something there.
Just do it. There's something there.
One of my favorite drawings I did tonight was this little mecha baby bear. Pretty proud of that one, honestly.
There's so fun. Again, you've done so many, and I know that I'm doing a different method and whatnot, but I'm always fascinated when people like sketch, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do one the whole time, and you're there.
Well, you're basically doing final art, though. You know what I mean? Like, this is like sketchy dummy art. Like, it's a totally different.
This is a sketch. This is not what I would turn in for a vinyl ever.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
what's the difference?
But like, I don't like to sketch. I'm not a sketch person. I think it's just like it feels.
Yeah, Earthworm Jim for sure.
Yeah,
Earthworm Jim vibes.
What it was. I was trying to remember what it was, and it's Earthworm Jim. That's a like Sega Genesis video game system. Wait. Tell me, I'm gonna assess your age very quickly. I know that you're in 30s somewhere.
Yes.
But what was your video game system?
Okay. This is oddly specific. My brother and I got a GameCube off Dairy Queen tokens.
What is that? What? It's like
exactly.
Marlboro bucks or whatever points.
100%. We knew a guy. We ate at a Dairy Queen occasionally, and my dad knew the guy who ran the Dairy Queen, and he gave us all these Pog, it's like little cardboard discs that had code on them, and we punched them into the computer for an hour, and then we got enough to get a GameCube. we were pretty late on the
Yeah.
GameCube trend. I think I had a Game Boy Advance. Like I mean, that was like a big child, or like one of those Game Boys that like flipped open.
Yeah. What was that? A DS or something?
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I definitely had a DS, but I had one before that that was like square.
Okay.
Oh, like a Game Boy. Oh no, that was advanced. Man, I feel so old that I can't even remember what kind of Game Boy I had. What kind of gamer am I?
I mean, that was post my. I guess the original Game Boy might have been my time, but I'm gonna date myself here that the first video game system that I played was the Atari.
I will say that does date you.
Yes, yes. I'm older than you by a ways, um, but that's one of those markers where, like, to me, generationally, I can sort of tell who someone is by, like, yeah, the game system they
Yeah,
had. But, like, I mean, if you had a Sega, was Sega before? I think Sega was before the GameCube. If I
I
remember.
think Sega was after.
Was it
You talking about the Genesis?
Sega Genesis? Yeah, that was in the 90s.
Yeah, GameCube was later.
Yeah. So Sega Genesis came first, and then
Yeah.
the GameCube after. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to do like the math on when these things uh, came out. But were you? This is a weird question. We don't have to dive into
No, I
it,
don't care.
but so if you had a GameCube, did you play Parappa the Rappa?
No, but I know what that
Okay,
is. I know exactly what you're talking about.
that is. I think that's a GameCube game or something, but it came up the other day on, like, I have PlayStation with PlayStation Plus, and there was something about like you could play that game, and I don't understand that game, and so I was just gonna see if you knew it enough to be able to like tell me
No,
why.
it's I think it's an early rhythm game, right?
It's something of the sort. Yeah, it came up under like music or rhythm, sort of like
Yeah,
setting that it had.
it's well beloved. I think that the graphics are really great. I think something I want to see more of in kids books is like 3D graphics, which I know sounds insane, but like I think I see so many talented 3D artists and like 3D modelers who can make stuff like in
Yeah,
Blender that looks like that has it's not just like, you know, looks like Pixar or whatever. It's like very textured, very like beautiful and soft and really great lighting and it's just like this would make an amazing, amazing kids book. Like probably could win an award kids
yeah,
book. And I just feel like 3D graphics, again, this is what I mean by publishing is like super slow. I feel like that kind of artwork hasn't even entered the sphere yet.
yeah. I could see that. I I'm of the mindset that I want to see people who venture into things outside. Like, uh, I need to be careful what I say here. Uh, I would love to see people who play with material that is dimensional, and so not even the 3D thing, but like the 3D software. But like,
Yeah.
I would love to see people like make books like Chris Sickles, who's Red Nose Studio. Like,
Yeah. That guy's crazy.
there's just not enough in my mind illustrators and that are venturing into that territory, partially because maybe it's a little antiquated and you can do stuff on computer now that's, you can manipulate it a little bit easier. But I always have an appreciation for when someone takes something like that seems so otherworldly to illustration in a way, because it's a physical dimensional thing, and somehow put it in a context like children's books. I have I don't know if you know the illustrator. Her If my wife's listening, might be able to pick this out. But there's someone by the name of Virgin Honey that's
Oh yeah.
who has all those like found objects and whatnot.
Really, really great work.
Yeah,
And I thought her book was really, really fun. And again, like that's the kind of thing I don't know, I think we're both kind of talking about. It's just like there's not enough of that. Like you remember those old I Spy books?
yep,
It's
yep,
like I feel like it's just such a weird thing that you'd think there'd be more of. I think there's a lot as an encouraging thing, one encouraging thing to say to young illustrators out there is I do think there's a lot of like untapped
yeah,
niches. Like and there's a lot of like styles that aren't typically picture book styles that I think could do like really, really well. You can make some
Well, I
amazing
think,
work.
yeah, I mean that what I say to students all the time is just that, like, don't try to imitate what's happening today,
Oh,
because
for sure.
there's so many people that are flooding the market with like what's current, and knowing that books take 2 years, like by the time that you put that out there and someone says, hey, let me see your work, it's already going to be 2 years too late, and potentially even 4 years too late, depending on how the cycle goes. And so, like, find something new, and or play in a style that's so old that it's new again
Yeah.
in a way. And like, my wife had a book, I forget what the name of it was, that's upstairs, that I thought was a book from like the 60s. And it's because the color palette and the texture of the paper and the line
Mm.
work and stuff, and it just ventures into sort of this nostalgia, and all of a sudden it's back to being amazing in a way. Oh, Come On In is the one that and Virgin Honey is Sabine Tim. My wife has looked it up for me in the background. Um, all right, I have to let some of this dry, but I think I finished this guy, and we're done with our bear tag team drawing here. I've been going. I never know. I don't know if like this is a thing that was rewarding to you in the sense of like just drawing is fun and talking, but the thing that I love about these nights is I start the night, I don't know what my piece is going to look like, and by the end of the night,
Yeah.
it's something, and it may not be like I originally started with this weird kid high-fiving, and that sort of stayed in there, and I wanted a robot, but like I didn't know it was going to become a bear and a kid high-fiving at any point originally, and I didn't know the bear was going to have a top hat, but he does. I didn't know the kid was going to be holding another bear, his new bear, and like the fun of like the discovery and the almost luck of sort of putting stuff together is always the joy of these nights for me. Um, it is going to cut us off here in just a minute, so I want to make sure I sort of give us any last questions from the crowd. Oh, that's right. Teacher Marin said the reward is for all of us watching. Thank you both so much for your candor.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
So
yeah,
nice.
this has been a lot of fun. I have thoroughly enjoyed the night, and especially you're one of those folks, like, not this doesn't happen with everybody, but you're one of those folks who I feel like our humor and our vibe connect.
Yeah.
This is where I gush over,
Yeah.
like, if I wasn't already married. No, it's something about, like, you know what it is? It is that sort of weird, like, when I make a dumb joke, you get it. And not everybody gets my stupid humor or is willing to put up with it. And so I've thoroughly enjoyed the fact that you've laughed at things I've said.
Well, it's been great, man. It's been fun. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's been
We'll
fun.
have to do this. We'll have to do this again at some point. My wife and we're setting up our next one, which is but the hope is to do these often. I also do a thing on here that's called Gab'n Doodle.
Ooh,
It's a
cool.
long time since we've done this. We're in 4 people are on, and then so it's splits the screen 4 ways, and then myself being included obviously is one of those, and then my wife throws out challenges at us, like drawing game challenges.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Everybody goofs around, so we'll have to have you back for a Gab'n Doodle at some point, because it'd be fun. And then we chat and say stuff and whatnot, but it's more of a let's be silly for the night variable. So at some point we'll schedule those more often, and I'll try to get you on a Gab'n Doodle.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, this has been wonderful. And tag me when you post those, and I will tag you when I post this.
Will
I
do.
don't know when, but I will. And he has no eyebrows. Uh-oh.
It's so good.
Uh-oh. Let's solve that real quick. We give him a little eyebrows. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay. Now he's not a creep. All right. Anyways, this has been lovely. And I will be in touch after this, but I can't say thank you enough for joining me for the night. I really do.
Yeah, man. It was such a pleasure. Thank you to everyone for watching.
Yes.
And
thank you to your parents.
Yeah, thanks to my parents for paying for my college.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks you to your wife. Really cool.
Well, thank you to your wife. Let's just
Yeah, exactly.
keep throwing out
Just
thank yous everywhere.
yeah. Thanks to Stephen Barr. Thanks to the bar that people have to pass as lawyers. Thank you to
This is where
Bar
the
None.
music starts to play. Eventually trying to get
Exactly.
us up.
They should. They are. I'm being played
Oh,
off as
so
I
Teacher
should
Maren
be.
says, do they get the dedication? Do your parents get another dedication?
Oh,
You go
I'm
that.
sure they will. Don't lose sleep over
Okay.
that.
And then my wife says, do we dedicate this Gab'n Doodle to her? And
Of course, undoubtedly.
yeah, well, you can. I'm waiting to see what she says about it when I go up.
Yeah, what kind of dinner is she gonna make or buy? I think that is the real
Yeah,
question. What kind of fancy restaurant is she taking you to?
none, none. I do all the cooking. All right. Anyways, that's it. We
Thank
love
you
you all.
guys
All
so much, man.
right.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Bye. All right, I'm gonna do one last thing. Hopefully, I can do this in time. Always try to do this at the last second. Throw this up here like this on black, and then I'll try to zoom in. Ooh, we're down to like a minute or less. There we go. Ooh, ooh. There we go. There's my finish. All right. Y'all have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week when we have on X Fang. Bye. What? Oh, for my zoom in?